Live? Okay. All right. All right, a call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, April 5th. And I will first look to, I will explain for everyone gathered. We have 3 members of council Zooming in today, along with the 4 of us, so we're a full complement. For those who are Zooming in, I would ask that you please be patient with me as I try to look at several places at once. All right. So with that, I'll ask Councillor McCallum to please start us off with a land acknowledgement.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this, Your Worship. So I'm not actually prepared.
Oh, let me do that then.
Okay,
I thought we had communicated about that, but I will do it. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Canmore area known as Shooting at Willows in Stoney Nakoda, and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw First Nation, Chiniki First Nation, and Wesley First Nation, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation, the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprised of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3 within the historical Northwest Métis homeland. We acknowledge all nations who live, work, play, and help us steward this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. And now I'll turn to the agenda for today. I will note before approving it here that item H2 will precede item H1, and the numbering of the in-camera items should be actually 1 and 2 respectively. So with that, I'll move approval of the agenda with those items changed. Anything else? Looking to clerk? No. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. And now, turning to the CAO, are you going to be making the, Mr. Mc...
The GM of Municipal Services.
Mr. Mackay, you have an introduction to make.
I do. It's my pleasure, Your Worship, members of council, and those in the gallery, to introduce our new fire chief, Mr. Lance Bushy. Lance joins us after, having 30 years of experience in the fire industry, working as a fire chief previously, trainer and consultant, teaching fire dynamics and conducting live fire behavior classes. And Lance brings to the role a lot of operational leadership in structural, commercial, and wildland firefighting, as well as rescue, hazardous material response, and EMS experience. So we're thrilled to have Lance on the team and look forward to working with him more closely this season and beyond.
Great, thank you. And Chief Bushy, thank you for joining us today, and welcome to Canmore. And we appreciate you bringing your service to our community. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move to delegations. We have a delegation from the Downtown Canmore BIA. Beth VanderVoort, the mic is yours. Welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Your Worship, and council for hearing our presentation this morning. First, before I start, I'd like to introduce Can people hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Introduce our new executive director, as I am retiring, Stefan Bullock. We're still in transition, so the board asked that I do this presentation this morning. I also have a couple of board members here. Our chair, Christine DeSoto, and Matt Urbanski over here, who's also from our board.
Great. All of you are very welcome to council. Thank you.
We really appreciated in January, having the paid parking presentation given to us at our board meeting from Andy Asarte, and then followed his presentation to council of the whole. We want to commend all the departments how they have worked through this program, and it is commendable. But after considering the information, members of the board continue to have concerns in regard to the program. Though we have met with administration a number of times through this rollout, and I must say the rollout has been over a number of years, of course, because of COVID, we have not seen the response we'd hoped for in the areas we are to speak to in this presentation. So why are we so passionate about this? And I'm sure there are members of administration and council wondering, why do we keep pressing on this, and why are we here today? Well, in fact, we're mandated by the objects of our bylaws to speak and advocate on behalf of parking, and of course, how that relates to the objects and the purpose of the board. And this is part of the bylaw that helps us govern ourselves. Item 5, so A is improving, beautifying, and maintaining property in the zone, but B is developing, improving, and maintaining public parking, promoting the zone as a business or shopping area, representing the interests of the downtown business improvement area to council, conducting any studies or preparing any designs that may be necessary for the purpose of this section. Since 2015, we've been very pleased to be part of the work with administration in the development of the transportation plan and the paid parking plan as it relates to the town centre. It has been a journey through the many consultants, rewrites, and presentations to members. To be clear, we have consistently introduced concerns regarding the impacts to business, residents in the town centre and adjoining the town centre, plus our local customers and visitors to the community. The BIA board felt we had come to an understanding regarding how the funds would be distributed. This is the paid parking reserve policy, which says to fund improvements in areas where parking has been implemented and or to fund costs, fare-free transit services, and or to fund off-site parking related infrastructure such as intercept parking or shuttle services. The BIA Board of Directors did understand a reserve would be set up for the funds, and that it would be allocated between free transit and BIA improvements, vibrancy, and beautification. And this goes back before Quarry Lake and what happened up there as far as paid parking. The reserve policy was then amended in the last financial review or budget review and added the addition of intercept parking or shuttle services as an important part. And we agree with that because it is the overparking of the town centre, and as such, we feel that intercept parking is an important initiative to be added. In November of 2019, Town Administration and the BIA Board held a town hall for the BIA members to explain the rollout as we understood it at that time, and spoke to funds coming back to the BIA to be used for improving, beautifying, and maintaining property in the zone. This was seen as an appeasement, or if you want to say, a carrot, to those who strongly objected to paid parking of any kind. And we still have many of those in our business community in the town centre. Though we do appreciate the improvement to the reserve policy wording as of the last Town of Canmore budgeting process, the BIA Board would like Mayor and Council go to the next step and consider the following. We are recommending 25% of the net monies from paid parking in the town centre be granted to the BIA on an annual basis. And this is to create the continuity to continue the projects we've been doing over the last 2 years. Why do we recommend this amount? Over the 2-year period of COVID, in particular, $90,000 in combination with our reserves allowed beautification and vibrancy, of course, all this keeping COVID measures in mind. We've had a chance to play with the possibilities, and even though we've done the best with funds we received, we still got feedback from our members who now see the potential to take it to the next level. The funds from paid parking would allow the BIA to build on what has been started and have continuity on a year-to-year basis. And we knew this long before the experience of COVID funding. Though much attention has been given to Main Street, the businesses in the other areas of the BIA zone, which include 9th and 10th Street, also require vibrancy and beautification. And we do the best we can with the funds we have, but we see this as an opportunity to address those areas with this funding to do the placemaking required. I would be remiss in not thanking the town of Canmore, especially engineering and economic development, with the grants they have provided to the BIA. In addition, we have received funds from Travel Alberta, Rotary Canmore, and Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, and have been thankful for those monies also. Unfortunately, a lot of it was tied to COVID and what could happen during COVID, and in particular, what would happen on Main Street. So it's leaving us in a deficit going forward. Moving forward, one of the other issues that has come to fore during the last presentation to us at our board meeting in January was that monthly passes would not be continued. Since requesting this meeting with council, we've had business owners in downtown express their concern of the removal of the ability of businesses owners and employees buying monthly passes. This was a change introduced in the new iteration of the paid parking plan. Not all business owners have parking adjacent to their building. As one business owner estimated, under the current plan, parking could now add $650 per month, more than $8,000 per year, to her personal expenses before considering her team. Due to severe labor shortages in the valley, staff are commuting from as far as Cochrane, Exshaw, Deadman's, Lac des Arts, Banff, in order to keep the businesses operating. Shaving $3 from their hourly wage, even with the generous compensation as many of our businesses provide, simply won't make financial sense for them to continue. Without sufficient staff, no business can operate successfully, and many are hanging on by a thread after the past 2 years, and especially with regard to labor support. While the parking plan considers the visitors and town's residents, it seems to have overlooked the needs of those who create Canmore's vibrant, engaging downtown core through both their existence and the taxes they pay, the businesses. It's important to keep in mind that the downtown's attraction is those very shops, cafes, restaurants, and services, and there must be consideration for requirements to operate those entities. As such, the BIA Board of Directors and members strongly encourage the town of Canmore to reconsider the option of monthly passes. Enforcement. So this goes back a long time. It's not just a part of the paid parking, but paid parking is going to create even more of an issue. The BIA identified early on in the paid parking process there will be a spillover issues to private property owners, and though it seems the bylaw was updated in May of 2021, there continues to be confusion as to how long a vehicle can be in a private property sign space before bylaw will act or tow truck companies will attend. The Board of Directors was pleased to meet with Caitlin Miller and Gray Burt from the Town of Canmore's Protective Services on March 23rd at the BIA board meeting. The board was pleased to hear there is currently review of the traffic and road use bylaw. We understand amendments coming to this council meeting on how parking on private property can be dealt with, or there is amendments coming today. The board would like to let mayor and council members know we are very appreciative of this review happening so quickly and look forward to reviewing the recommendations. In conclusion, once again, we'd like to thank you, Mayor Krausert and council, for the opportunity to bring forward our concerns. We once again would like to express our admiration for the hard work and innovative ideas of administration over the past few years, as it has put us on the leading edge of how a downtown business area can look and feel. Our objective this morning is to have you consider the possibilities presented.
Thank you, Ms. VanderVoort. Appreciate the presentation. Just a couple of things before we open it up to questions from council. Thank you for noting that those changes are coming with regards to the parking enforcement. My understanding is if those are approved with the proper signage, then enforcement would be immediate upon a complaint being made, right?
Yes, yeah. That's what we understood. And that's what I read in the agenda package.
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you.
Exactly. And before I open to questions, with regards to the question around monthly passes, I would look to administration. Perhaps Ms. Smithers, is that still in the process of being considered?
Yes, the paid parking team met yesterday to have a discussion on options for monthly pass. We have heard the concerns of the downtown BRZ and downtown businesses, sorry, BIA, and downtown businesses generally, and we're still just in the process of formulating what an appropriate response to those concerns could look like that still respects the longer-term goals and objectives of the town more broadly, and acknowledges that there is still going to be a lot of free parking within a short walking distance of the downtown.
Thank you, and that's what I thought it was, so thank you for confirming that. And I guess I'll just make two more comments before opening up to questions from council. Is one, there's a comment about not considering the downtown area. Of course, all of the people that work in the Civic Center also are in that exact same boat, right? And we're all having to change our, consider how we're going to change our habits in order to, help move forward towards those long-term objectives. So that's just one thing to note. The other thing is, I'll just note it up front here, our process is we're going to ask some questions, and then we're going to, it comes back to the next council meeting. And at that point, we will entertain a motion that I'll put forward, and we'll see where council takes the decision then. All right?
Thank you.
All right, so looking to council, for those on the screen, if you want to either raise your hand or put up the raise hand sign. Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ms. VanderVoort. I'm sorry I wasn't able to go to your retirement party as an aside. Although you've been great in your role, I'm happy that you're finally having the opportunity to take a break and retire. So hopefully I'll see you around town. Anyways, that's just a preface. The request from the board for 25% of parking revenue, and I'm guessing that's net parking revenue or gross parking revenue?
Net.
Okay, thanks. Where did they get that number from? Is it a best practice within other BIAs across the country? Is that sort of generally what we're seeing in other communities that
Yes,
have
it
paid
is.
parking that they're, okay, and do you know which communities in particular?
Well, in Calgary in particular. I don't have any data
Okay,
right in
but-
front of me.
Okay, I'm just curious about more like communities like us.
There's not a lot of people in, or communities in Alberta that have paid parking in their, that are our size, so, other than Banff,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Yeah, I was just guessing Western Canada because Nick Nelson has it, Kimberly has it, and I
have to
just
go
don't know
back
if
and look at
they.
my numbers,
Yeah,
Councillor McKellen.
yeah. I agree. It's difficult to try and compare us to other Alberta municipalities because we're kind of unique. And so what is the expectation? Like, is the expectation with the funds from the parking reserve, if that were to occur, would it be just like, here's 25%, have a great day? Or would there be some sort of oversight or budgeting, joint budgeting? And what kind of responsibilities would the BIA be taking over then as a result of receiving that 25%? Is that part of the conversations you guys have had?
So I shouldn't say mine, because it's not just mine. Our expectation would be that there would be a contract similar to what has economic development currently has with tourism, Canmore, Kananaskis, where there would be certain goals that we would have to reach on an annual basis according to what the budget, how much the budget was, and that we would then report back to council about how those funds and to that whatever department it is on how those funds were used. So there would be.
Yeah. So would that put you then firmly in the space of taking care of capital projects then for downtown, that kind of funding?
capital projects
Or is that not the,
and/or
like bathrooms, or if we had to put up
I
porta
understand
potties in the
bathrooms might be a
summertime?
little bit out of our, other than, getting temporary ones in until permanent ones are built after the area restructure plan is developed. And there is a sense of how that whole area is going to be, how certain areas are going to be redeveloped to accommodate
Right.
our business, our tourism or our visitors to the downtown. But in the meantime, it would allow us, like this year, we're not going to have temporary washrooms installed because of the budget of the town. So it would allow us in the meantime to be able to do things like that. Beautification, some work in some areas on 10th Street. There are no garbage cans, for example, on 10th Street. So there are some grants, but we have to have matching funds. And we don't have enough money in our budget to do the kind of matching funds that are required oftentimes for some of these grants. So it would allow the BIA to be able to do some of that work.
Okay, so you wouldn't be expecting to take over capital projects then that come up
Not
in the
large
downtown?
ones.
You would just be looking at operating stuff?
Yes.
And what question, thank you very much, Ms. VanderVoort. And then a question to administration. Can you give me an estimate again about what we think? And I guess, of course, we haven't collected a penny of paid parking revenue yet, so we have no idea what 25% is actually going to end up representing. But administration, could you provide for me just a reminder as to what 25% might look like net as to how we projected it?
Ms. Smithers?
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't have that number. I'd have to, I can pull up the budget and look into it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. VanderVoort. Everybody have a good morning. Thank
Councillor
you.
McCallum, just to let you know that we understand initially that it wouldn't be very much because we understand too that the town has other things that they have on their agenda that they're going to want to pay for initially.
Well, transit more or less is pretty much
Right.
what.
Yeah.
Yeah, transit is, as you know, what we've been focusing those funds on at this point. And, in an effort, transit has a positive effect on downtown as well in terms of congestion, et cetera. But anyways, I will leave it to my next, to a colleague to ask the next question.
Before turning to Councillor Ma and Councillor Mera, who have questions, just continuing with this, the 25%, I certainly understand the need to have some certainty and to be able to, so for planning purposes, applying for grants, etc. What is the dollar amount that you are hoping will eventually be achieved? I mean, you brought up the 90,000 over 2 years, so is that sort of the range of 45,000, 50,000 you're hoping?
$45,000 to $50,000 a year would be our ultimate goal in order to offset some of the costs that we're looking at over the course of the projects. Travel Alberta we did get some funding from them, but it was marketing oriented. Right. Like I said, a lot of the funding was designed towards, the COVID, relief type of thing. If Main Street continues to close, some of the things that we'd like to see happen as far as nicer looking gateway area versus the temporary fencing that we put up, things like that, right? So I mean, we understand that it's also a starting point, whether or not the 25% ends up. I think that the BIA board would be open to meeting with administration and council on what those final numbers might look like. Right. It was a starting point for us to bring to discussion.
Yeah, well, initially 25% sounds steep to me. I'm wondering about, as I'm thinking about, is if we are to put some sort of a percentage in there, I'm wondering about sort of an at minimum approach, and then it could potentially be added on once again with numbers, etc.
And those are the discussions I believe the BIA board would be open to having.
Okay, that was what I was going to ask then. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Beth, thanks for all your incredible service. This is probably your last meeting that you have to do with us.
Only if you don't mess up Mallard Alley.
We don't need to talk about that right now. So question for you, Beth. During your presentation, you mentioned that BIA is actually possibly going to be rolling a deficit moving forward from prior beautification. Is that correct from what you said?
we actually have to try and work towards a zero balance each year. Over the last couple years, that's been a little bit more difficult, but we did have money available in our reserve, et cetera, to help assist in that. So, but each year when we present our budget to the council, we try and work towards coming in at zero.
And is there a current, like, I just don't have like the most recent BIA financial reports like right with me right now. With regards to that,
Councillor Ma, we can't,
oh,
at some
sorry.
points we can't hear you all the time, so if you could, yeah, thank you.
Get closer. Okay, sorry. Then Ms. VanderVoort, do you recall the amount of the deficit that you're rolling forward currently?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Yeah.
Do you have the amount of the deficit that you are possibly rolling forward that you're dealing with currently?
I believe it was around $8,000.
Okay, awesome. And you allude to like I know currently a lot of stuff has been happening on Main Street. If you were to get a degree of funding that would go beyond, what sort of ideas did you guys have for, say, the other streets? I'm trying to get excited about what it is you guys have perhaps in mind for these other parts of the downtown, which, you know, in the past are part of the BIA area, but just haven't seen as much of the funding for beautification.
Well, I'd really love to be able to do more beautification along 9th, in the transit area, along 8th and 6th, and 10th. I've done some beautification along there over the years with the monies available, but not to the extent that the businesses along there feel that they have been equal to what has been happening on Main Street. There is some potential to replace like some of the bump outs, update them to look like some of the other bump outs in the main area of downtown, where the bricking, et cetera. So those are the kinds of things. They're small things, but they're things that would make a real difference. 10th Street is becoming a really popular area for people to walk into from over on Bow Valley Trail as all the wayfinding, et cetera, and the update to the actual walkways and trails are improved. So what we've noticed is there's a lot of folks coming in through that way. And so helping make that area look a little bit more presentable than what it has been looked more office-y, business-like. But it's only fair to all of those folks that are still paying into the levy to have the same kind of beautification or vibrancy addressed as there is in the Main Street area.
Okay. And can I assume that, I know a lot of the beautification efforts happen during the summer months, but if there were increased funding, would this beautification effort start to spill over to other seasons as well?
Yeah, so we that's the other thing. We haven't been able to do much seasonally, and it would be nice to be able to do more seasonally, and also create more seating areas. We tested this year the PD3 lot. I don't know how else to explain it, next to the Bow Valley. We put our benches there this year for people to sit in, and it's been well used. And then for a couple weekends, I had some extra dollars from TCK, or Tourism Canmore Kananax, to bring in some music. Just to activate that area while the World Cup was on, and that was extremely well. So it's doing things like that, which our budget just isn't large enough to do year-round, and so just from the levy.
And just the last question there, Worship, and Ms. VanderVoort. So it sounds like when Mayor Krauser referenced the 25%, and then Beth, there was a response towards around the 45 to 50,000 a year is kind of a bit of a possible baseline of what we're looking at. Moving forward, would there be interest from BIA to explore that at a certain amount of funding that you're guaranteed over and above that? There's perhaps some sort of dollar matching formula. Just curious.
I think it's all under consideration at this point.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Mera.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Beth, for all your years of advocating and representing the downtown and bringing things to council. Most of my questions have been answered. I was going to ask if in the other communities that you looked, especially Calgary, if there's a cap, which is Councillor McCallum just asked. In your beautification, when you're talking garbage cans, flowers, lighting, once all this is put into place, is the BIA also responsible for the watering, like paying for the watering of the flowers and installation of the lights and extending the lights and all
We
of
don't
that?
install, actually Parks handles installation, but we assist in buying and putting them up and taking them down.
Okay.
And Parks Department actually looks after the contract for doing that, because they take partial responsibility, because they have areas like the Civic Center and other areas that they put lights, and so it's all part of that contract.
Okay. And then the flower, big barrels of flowers, most people think that the town has supplied those. Is that true, or is it the BIA?
The town supplies 8 on Main Street.
Okay.
And we supply the rest, but when we supply them, we also, and the town takes care of those as far as watering and planting. We take care of the watering and planting of the others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Graham.
A question from administration that came up from Ms. VanderVoort. Thank you very much for your years of service as well.
Thank you.
We mentioned that washrooms will not be funded this year, extra washrooms, as have been in the past 2 years. Can anybody give us some clarification on that item?
Cost.
Thanks. Yes, so for the past 2 years, we have funded the installation of temporary washrooms, and that was in recognition of the fact that many washrooms that people would typically access in restaurants, for example, were no longer accessible because of the pandemic. So the seating in restaurants was not available, or just, the businesses weren't operating. So we did install the temporary washrooms to kind of alleviate and address that problem. Going forward, though, when we're looking at kind of a return to normal, with normal in air quotes, we are anticipating that more washrooms will be available to patrons of businesses, and then we're continuing with the downtown washrooms. And as well, we've reopened the washrooms in the Civic Center on the weekends. So with that, and then the existing washrooms we have at Centennial Park, for example, we think that there's sufficient availability, the best availability that we can offer right now. And then, of course, that would also be a facility or infrastructure issue that we would investigate more fully with the downtown ARP.
Thank you. Ms. VanderVoort, any comments on that issue?
Washrooms we've been recognized for a number of years, even though Civic Center can be open at certain times, washrooms are an issue for our business. Not all businesses allow people to use their washrooms. They don't have the capacity to do that, to have, people walking in and using their staff washrooms. So we've identified to administration for a number of years. I think Mayor Krauser can remember how far it goes back as a former member of our board of directors, that this is an ongoing issue for our downtown. When we have busy seasons, it's the washrooms that are available are not adequate. So
I would tend to agree with you. Thank you.
Councillor Mara, you have another question?
I have one last question. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
When you're doing beautification and looking forward, I know you're passing the torch. Do you know if like Friendship Park or the little grassy area in front of Senior Center is being considered?
yes,
Okay. And also, the BIA is also responsible for the kiosks, the little information kiosks in the town, correct?
yeah. So we've actually looked at trying to do something, but we'd have to actually run electrical to them. But we would love to be able to have it where it was, you could update the information on there about trails or whatever electronically. So we've looked at Wi-Fi systems, we've looked at a number of systems. There's a capital cost to be able to do that and to be able to plug into them. So right now it's all just paper and et cetera. So that's how we're continuing until such time there's funds available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. VanderVoort. I don't actually have any questions because they've all been answered. I just wanted to say thank you for all your service and enjoy your retirement.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor Krauser, I have one final comment, and it's more personal. Do you mind if I take 1 minute and I have some people I want to thank from
Please do.
administration.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. Oh, well, you're one. You were my original contact as a counselor, and thank you very much for helping me through many interesting situations over the years, and also Councillor Mara. Councillor Ma, I haven't had much chance to work with you, so but I want you that both understand that it has helped understand the workings of council and administration, so thank you. I also want to thank Chris Bartolome. We had a lot of dreams for art as part of the vibrancy, and some have become reality. We have new banners, new artworks going out this summer. If only we had a lottery, we could have done a lot more. Eleanor Miklett from Economic Development, thank you for listening to the angst over the last 2 years of our members and board as we weaved our way through the craziness of the times. Chelsea Richardson from Finance, I'm sure my colleague will keep to your timelines and keep wearing red lipstick. And Andy Asarte, well, Andy and I, we did a lot of really cool things. We trialed things and then make them permanent. The bump outs for bike parking, patios, parklets, lights, crosswalks, and then last summer, I think the epitome of it all was a horse. We had the big cities in the province wondering how we did it. So thank you for listening to my creative ideas and helping create them. And good luck to you all as you continue the work of making this community a great place for all to live.
Mr. VanderVoort, I have a couple of things to say too, just on that last point, and thank you for taking the time to do that. It's very much appreciated. I really see the downtown vibrancy has been the result of good collaboration between the town and downtown. It's not always smooth, but nothing ever is. But the combination, the vibrancy really, I mean, there's the businesses, but there's also the other things that the town has approved. There's the protection of the downtown area through the MDP and keeping out, you know, like the big box, you know, and that sort of thing. So I think that really adds to it. And I would just want to add my thanks to you for your service over the last number of years. It's over 10 for sure, right?
2013.
Yeah, we're coming up to 10 then,
Yeah.
and I served for 5.5 years on that board, and so thank you for your service through all that time, and thank you for your presentation today. And as a note, stay tuned for the May council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes.
There. Thanks. I just had some information on the net revenue question, so I wanted to offer that out before this topic closes. So finance has done some number crunching, and it looks like for paid parking for both Quarry Lake and the town center, the total net revenue would be about $146,000. So 25% of that would be $36,000, but I'd also caution that that does include Quarry Lake. So it's a bit of a difficult number to put out there because we haven't implemented town center paid parking yet, so we've made some estimates based on assumptions. We don't really know what the actuals would play out to be. Yeah. But I just wanted to share that. The best current thinking at this time is the 25% of the total net revenue would be about $36,000, but that does include Quarry Lake, so it would be an amount less than that. Yeah. And it also considers commitments that we've made in the operating budget towards the funding of fare free transit and some other options like that.
Great, thank you for that. Let's get back on here. Thank you for that, and also I would hope that they're also conservative estimates because we don't know, right? So, thank you. All right, so moving on to item D, approval of the minutes. We have a few minutes here. First of all, the minutes of January 25th. And I would look to council to see if there's any changes, errors, or omissions. Seeing none, I move approval. Oh, Councillor Graham. I've got to look a lot of places here.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. No changes. I just wondered that if in future meeting minutes for the public submissions, if we could get a tally of the in favors, neutrals, and opposed, would that be a possibility?
I'm sure anything's possible, but I would note that there are some duplications, and therefore it's difficult to tally. I mean, like there were a handful that were signed the one letter by CRPS, and then they also made their own written submissions, so we'd have to make sure that they weren't double counted. So I'd look to the clerk to provide any comment.
For sure, we could look into that. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So with that, I'll move approval of the minutes of January 25th, 2022 special meeting of council as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Turning to the minutes of March 1st, 2022 regular meeting of council. Are there any errors, omissions, changes? Just have to see on my own notes here. Seeing none, I move approval of the minutes of March 1st, 2022 regular meeting of council as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now turn to a unusual situation. These are minutes from April 4th that were to have an attachment, but that wasn't there. And so after discussion with the clerk's office, it was determined that the best way to move forward is to reapprove these minutes with the red line changes made. I will note that, let's see here, just moving down here. I think I'll have to sign these, so obviously, yeah. Oh, Ms. Hyde?
I thought I would do a second signature line.
Okay.
I've never done this kind of thing before, so I think we'll leave them signed as is and then add a second signature line to indicate that they've been amended.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, any questions on this before I make the motion? Seeing none, I move that council approve the minutes of April 27th, 2021 special meeting amended to include a missing attachment. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G1, bylaw approval for the Bow Valley Trail Area Redevelopment Plan amendments, bylaw 2021-20 and bylaw 2021-21, land use bylaw amendment, bylaw 2021-21. We got short in these titles.
I'll put it on our improvements list.
Ms. Miller.
Good morning, members of council. I'm just here to give a brief introduction, and then we're going to turn it over to the applicant. So before you today are two bylaws speaking to two different levels of planning. So we have an ARP amendment, which speaks to the policy level, and then we have a land use bylaw amendment that speaks to the regulatory level. Now, as part of our process and improvements within the department, we've shifted slightly how we're bringing these applications forward to you and how they're presented. So I'm just giving a brief introduction, and I will then turn it over to representatives from Spring Creek Mountain Village, who will provide you with an overview of the application, the who, what, when, where, why. Administration will follow that presentation, and the planning department will speak to how this application aligns with policy and our regulatory framework. So as you're moving through this application, questions about intent, purpose, how, who, we would ask that those questions are directed to the applicant, because this is their proposal that they're bringing forward. When you have questions regarding how does this align with our policy framework, how does this work with our regulatory framework, what have we done, how does this work, that would be questions that administration would be happy to answer. So just wanted to kind of set the stage a little bit, because we're going to be transitioning back and forth between policy level, high level direction, and then, well, how many does this actually mean? And so we're going to be kind of ebbing and flowing between administration and the applicant, but just wanted to set the stage at the outset. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Frank Kernick, who will speak to you from Spring Creek Mountain Village.
Great. Mr. Kernick, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is totally a different process than I've done before, so it's interesting and I kind of like it. And I think it is a good thing for us as an applicant to explain the purpose of why we're asking for amendments to a town ARP and a town land use bylaw. I always got to remind myself sometimes it's not, same with Spring Creek, that's not my bylaw, that's the town's ARP, the town's bylaws. How this all started was a couple of years ago. Sabrina and Jeff are good friends, and they have been looking for years for their own place, for their own store that they're not paying someone else rent. Castlemont Home Furnishing has been in town, I'm guessing 30 years. It's been a long time. It's been here, many different owners, and over the years, and they've been basically in that same area, and they've grown and taken over more and more space. They currently have about 12,000 retail and about 12,000 wholesale sales and about 2,000 warehouse space in Aspen Industrial Park. And but they've been paying rent for all these years, and they have no control of their future. And like everything in Canmore, you can get priced out of this market, and if we get priced out of this market, they don't have the control of what they pay. We might lose an important asset in this community. And so they wanted to get control of that. Sabrina talked to me, and I said, I need some land myself for staff housing, for my employees. And I wanted somewhere close that they could walk to, so we didn't need cars, that was accessible to Spring Creek. And, we eyed up a piece of land that was, we all probably know the owner, and we ended up finally making a purchase as a joint venture together. It does not make sense for me to have staff housing on the first floor of where it should be really some form of commercial. I could probably build all 4 floors as staff accommodation or other form of housing, but it really made sense that it should be some form of commercial development on the first floor for Bow Valley Trail. We want that commercial aspect of that as well. So after purchasing that land, we approached the town and try to come up what's the best way to do it, because wholesale sales and warehousing is allowed at Bow Valley Trail, but wholesale sales only has a very limited place. It's allowed Aspen Industrial Park and maybe I think up in future Three Sisters, but there's no real other area for a large bulk item like fridges and Chesterfields and beds to be really sold in town. It's the only real area. So to be able to look for amendments either through the Bow Valley Trail District, and we also considered a direct control district, bringing those lands potentially into Spring Creek, ARP, but it was really felt by administration this should really be just kept in the Bow Valley Trail District, and we come up with some form of bonusing system to allow this to occur if you're providing either perpetual affordable housing, common amenity housing, or employee housing. So over the last year and a half, we've been working with administration on that. We've had a couple open houses on that, and of course we were delayed because some other big approval was taking everyone's time. We are here today, and we really need to be in the ground this September. I'm right now in the middle of designing this building at the same time I'm trying to get land use, because just where the timing we are, we need housing, staff housing for Spring Creek, for my hotels, my seniors building, my daycare I'm planning to open next year, and all the different aspects of the businesses that I currently own and operate. So with that, I'm just going to start with maybe the amendments. I just want to give you a little background and history how we ended up here today, and with this one piece of land, but it will affect the whole Bow Valley Trail District, and that was what administration really wanted us to work on. I do apologize. The supporting report that you do have in your files is from January 26th, and with a few last-minute amendments before the agenda pack was done, we changed the way we did the bonusing system with the recommendations from administration. So with that, you see the Bow Valley Trail employee housing and then future sales. If we can flip to the mine chart, or can somebody do that? Oh, perfect, someone's doing that for me. The subject parcel, if you're not familiar with it, it's right by the roundabout, the entrance into Spring Creek, off Spring Creek Drive, adjacent to the McElhenney office and the veterinary clinic. This site, like I said, was purchased last year, joint venture between both of us. Now the next slide shows the location again from a site perspective, and again our intent is on the ground floor, and this is specific. I'm just putting again in context the specific why we went this direction with furniture sales and warehousing. Upper floors would be employee housing, mainly common amenity housing, and that was also discussions with administration, and they wanted, my intent is is not one-bedroom units or two-bedroom units. These are mainly four-bedroom units. We went and toured all the employee housing that the Caribou Properties do in Banff, and we've come up with our own floor plan, mainly four-bedroom unit with mini fridges for everyone and cabinetries, so they all have their own individual with 4 bathrooms, and it's common in many housing. It's not. There might be one bedroom unit, maybe one 2-bedroom unit, and that'll be like a manager's unit and probably an office, and there's our intent on our building, and with a common amenity space on the second floor for everyone living in there. So again, the purpose is to ideally relocate on the first floor, Canmore and furnishing, and the location is farther away from the downtown core, and it's obviously adjacent to car dealerships and light industrial as you head farther east. Right? So it's a good transitional zone for our location. This really is just preliminary concepts. We tried to see, can we fit roughly what we're looking for there, which is roughly the same square footage they have right now, which is approximately 14,000 square feet. On the first floor, and for us, how many units can we fit a common amenity housing on there? And right now, we feel we probably between 70 and 80 bedrooms we should be able to fit on the first on those top 3 floors. Please do not look at the rent. Well, the rendering is there just for representation, for us to do volume adjustments. That was from a building in Calgary. We're in the middle of designing that right now, and we hope to have something for you for the public hearing that shows a little farther along what we're really looking for building design. This was just from last year, just to get a volume size for what we're looking at. So summary benefits and why we're asking administration and council to consider these amendments is, it's going to be a significant increase in employee housing, majority of that being common amenity housing. I think, we're taking a huge lead here in Canmore against Spring Creek by doing this. Little history on employee housing, and Nathan knows this very well. He ended up doing some research years ago, but we used to require employee housing on Bow Valley Trail if you had over 100 hotel units, but everyone was building 99-unit hotels. And in the early 2000s, Ron Casey, I think that time, made the amendment to delete employee housing requirement on Bow Valley Trail because with the intent that the town of Canmore would come with the employee housing strategy. And we've been talking about this for almost 20 years, and it was supposed to be more encompassing and get the restaurants involved, employee housing, retailers, everything, providing more employee housing. When I had my ARP approved in 2004, I wanted to make sure it's consistent at the time with what was on Bow Valley Trail. Frank should have to build some employee housing if Bow Valley Trail is required to build employee housing over 100 units. Well, that was removed from Bow Valley Trail. I still have it in my ARP, but regardless whether it's in my ARP or not, it's a right thing to do. And, we're over-providing what I think I need for my hotels, but I also have these other businesses that I also want to support with some form of housing. And it's really that transitional housing that we're looking for here with this type of form of building. We did do the SSR, and of course we rated very high, 192, and that's because of the addition of employee housing. And all the environmental green initiatives also, you're very aware of what we do in Spring Creek. And I know Councillor Green came and visited me before the election to see our geothermal. Again, this is supporting a local business that has been here for years, and they want to maintain their business here for years and actually have control more of their own business for the future and grow as a family. And it's, essential wholesale sales services to people that we need in town. Not people going to Calgary to buy their fridges and their beds and their stoves and the bulky items that, we really want people still be able to just buy, shop locally. It's efficient use of undeveloped land. It's underutilized. A lot of the previous owner's land is underutilized. And it's nice that we're able to, move some of it forward and not be vacant. And it's creating a new mixed-use development, bringing vitality to this area of the Bow Valley, the entrance into Spring Creek. And one other thing to be aware of, the original intent for the Bow Valley Trail ARPs was back in the 1990s. And, Spring Creek did not exist, a roundabout did not exist, the entrance into Spring Creek did not exist when really the philosophies behind the Bow Valley Trail. And they're still true today. I think there's still a lot of good reason. I know you talked earlier, it's really making sure downtown stayed vitalized, that we didn't promote huge retail on Bow Valley Trail, but this is wholesale sales. You wouldn't want people picking up their fridge on Main Street, Canmore, and large items. It's providing a transition zone, again, I said, between the visitor-oriented retail and business industrial developments between that just have been built recently, the car dealership. So it's a good transitional use. And like I said, the ARP was approved prior to Spring Creek's ARP and the access into Spring Creek. If we can, next one. So the amendments that we are asking for to the Bow Valley Trail District, commercial district, is adding the discretion use of wholesale sales. We came up with this bonusing system with administration based on warehouse area increase. Right now, you're allowed 250 square meters. To be able to double it if you provide, and that's wrong on there. It's 1 bedroom per 10 square meters. It's in the bylaw. It's correct in the amendments. Just sorry, on my sheet it was wrong. And wholesale sales, a bonusing system if you 1 bedroom for every 20 square meters of wholesale sales that you provide. And this is based on looking at ratios that we saw that work to really make it difficult. If you try and do 1 bedroom units, you're not going to get as much bonusing. So it's really encouraging common amenity housing over 1 bedroom staff housing units. So we want to make sure it's difficult and tough still, and that there's some consistency if this was to happen in the future with other proposals along Bow Valley Trail. And we wanted to add some amendments in there, just add some flexibility that we don't have to require to put patios and balconies on staff housing. That's one big thing that the Caribou property guys said to us, you end up with just junk on the balconies. Give a nice common amenity space for them on top, where we're going to have probably a big barbecue area and a gazebo or something on the second floor for the staff. So they have a common area instead of little patios and balconies on each one, because he said you just end up with bikes and stuff and staff housing and stuff on that. That's one mistake they said that they did on one building. And that's allowed in it already. And then also adding a little flexibility for our eave heights. Right now it's 7 to 9. We want to be able to, at 11-meter eave height, it will still be very alpine. That's what we do in Spring Creek. We still see the architecture along the same lines that we've always done in Spring Creek, but it also has to be very efficient to build. And as soon as you start dropping eave lines, you start making the units smaller as you go up, and that makes it very inefficient and not cost-effective to build. And we want to try and have the floor plans as much as we can stackable and the same. Otherwise, we get smaller units as we go higher. And right now, very compact and efficient units is what we're planning there. So that's amendments to the bylaw. And then the next page is the amendments to the Bow Valley Area Redevelopment Plan. And that's just adding common amenity housing into that district because it's not listed. It's sort of a new item. And the other thing is just the exception to retail store size, where development centers are provided, is my understanding we're also doing as Bow Valley Trail amendment. So those are the amendments that we're considering, and I guess I'm just opening up if you do have any questions on me before you go to administration.
Great, thank you, Mr. Kernick. Looking to council, if we could stop sharing just for a moment the screen so I can see the other councillors. There we go. So now looking to council to see if they have any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Kernick, for your presentation as well as administration. So this is a new process for me, so if I'm asking questions that are more stupid than usual, please forgive me. So it's Mr. Kernick, so this whole building outside of the main floor, is it meant to be, it's all going to be either employee housing or staff housing or common amenity housing or something of that regard? Or is there the potential for market housing to go in this building as well?
Our intent is 100%, probably 90% common amenity housing with 10% potentially employee housing, 1 bedroom unit for the manager on site. And because the way it lays out, it might be 1 2-bedroom unit. That's our intent, is 100% one title. It won't be subdivided. Those 3 floors will be under one title. Okay,
perfect. Thank you. That was my biggest question. I guess maybe it's because the 2 processes are happening at the same time that it seemed to sound like that we were inserting a tourist home, that these could be tourist homes and or there was going to be residential, which then said to me that there was going to be residential units in here. So that's what I was trying to understand. That's my question. That's all I got right now.
Thank you. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Mr. Kernick, for your presentation. And to the folks that own Castle Mountain Furnishings, like I wish you guys like decades of future success. There's a lot of talk in this presentation about how we're supporting a local business, which is great. I'm curious what happens down the road if, heaven forbid, Castle Mountain Furnishings is no longer requiring that space. Is there some sort of stipulation where we're trying to figure out, will the next business come in there, be another local business? Or is it going to be opening the door for, say, a more traditional, like bigger box retailer, such as a Bed Bath & Beyond? Not that I have anything against Bed Bath & Beyond, but I'm hoping to keep this local. So thoughts, please.
I'll just talk to it. They'll have to, my understanding, apply for a development permit. And if they don't meet the intent of the wholesale sales stuff, they might have to reapply as retail or someone else, and they'd have to go to a smaller size. So they would have to meet the town bylaw, any new use coming in there, would be my understanding, but maybe administration.
Well, and I would just add that, you know, when you start to throw out different names, I'd be very cautious about that, because the size of this is much, much smaller than those larger format stores. So it would have to be both wholesale and meet the requirements, otherwise they'd have to apply for some amendments. Yeah. Mr. Gravel?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that we don't regulate the user, we regulate the use. So whether it's Castle Mountain Home Furnishings or Leon's, it really doesn't matter. How we control, or what we're trying to control typically, is the size of the use, and that's where the size restrictions come into play.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kernick, for your presentation. I have a question with respect to parking. It's my understanding that the land use bylaw directs for common amenity housing a parking study determine parking requirements. Who undertakes that study? Is it the town of Canmore or the applicant? And what kind of details can you provide about that process to ensure that the appropriate amount of parking is provided?
We were instructed that we have to do the parking study. I'm sure it'll be reviewed by the town, but we are in the process with our transportation engineers looking at doing that parking study for the common amenity housing.
And that would probably be in conjunction with the development permit stage.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, so that's later on. Yeah. Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Faubert? No? Okay. Looking to the rest of the council, and before we go to the administration presentation, Councillor Mera.
I just would like to, in context for size, you said they currently have 12,000 square feet?
Currently, Castle Mountain Furniture has about 12,000 of wholesale sales and about 2,000 warehousing. And so the ratio more they're looking for is about 10,000 wholesale sales and a little more warehousing space. So it's the same size as what they have right now. And it kind of worked out perfect. It kind of works out perfect for that site, to be honest with you.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, then thank you, Mr. Kernick. And now we'll move to, oh, you got to be faster. I'm looking around. Okay, Councillor Graham.
So, I pushed my button like 3 times and it goes red, but then it goes off, and I don't know what's going on. I'm having Councillor McCallum today. Thank you, Mr. Kernick, for your presentation. I'm actually struggling with the term wholesale sales. When I think wholesale sales, I start to think Costco, that sort of thing, versus large bulk item. Yeah, maybe this is just nuanced, but
It's if you, and maybe administration can read the definition in the town of Canmore land use bylaw. And I do admit every probably municipality has a different definition, but their use is wholesale sales. But maybe Nathan can read that out for you, the town of Canmore's definition.
I can speak to that very much.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so that'll be dealt with during the presentation.
okay, one more for Mr. Canmore. Sure. If no zoning was to change there, what currently could you build for employee housing on that land right now?
Oh, we could do retail on the first floor if I decided not to do employee housing, but there's other uses I can do on the first floor. I could do probably hotel units on the first floor, potential tourist homes on the first floor.
Travel-related retail.
Some other retail.
Yeah.
So there's other uses I could do on the first floor if it wasn't going to do this, but yeah, this was sort of intent with this joint venture.
And above that, how many employee housing units could you build right now above that?
It's the same as what I would do right now, whether it's retail or some other use on the first floor. If I'm going to do all 3 floors, I don't have to do all 3 floors. I could do offices on the second floor, and I got 2 floors of common amenity housing. So right now we're, like I said, between 70, 80 bedrooms, about 18 to 20 4-bedroom units. So, so about 80 bedrooms is what we're looking at right now. And if I did just 2 floors, it'd be 40, 50 units type idea on the 2 floors. Like I said, I could do offices on the second floor. I could offices on the first floor. There's other uses in Beauvais Trail that are permitted and discretionary. This is just adding this potential use for this partnership, and to keep, I really feel strongly to have a great business that's in the town of Canmore be able to stay in the town of Canmore, not getting priced out of the market by rents.
My reading is that it's not necessarily a change to the amount of employee housing, but it's tying a ratio of employee housing to the increase in size, thereby making sure we're not opening up a floodgate of just a larger center with no employee housing.
Yeah, it's an incentive-based.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I will turn to Mr. Gravel, who I will note that beard is even mightier in person, sir.
Thank you. No
When are we
today,
going to
so
name
it? Was, easy to groom.
Oh, Councillor McCallum would love for you to turn to the camera. Just turn it up to the camera. He can't see your face.
Oh, I could see it from the side. No, actually, it's pretty prolific. But I want to know if we're going to give it a name or like a title.
Yeah.
No? Okay. I've been watching it grow over the last few years. It's been a joy.
Very well done. The microphone is yours. Thank you, Mr. Gravel.
Thank you. So good morning, Mayor Krauser, members of council. We heard from Mr. Kernick regarding the merits of his proposal. Administration's presentation will focus more on our guiding documents, policy, et cetera, and how there's an alignment between the bylaws and those, as well as what we heard from the public and why we're recommending first reading of the bylaws. So the proponent did show their site, but I did want to give council the context in terms of the Bow Valley Trail General District, Commercial District, and the areas on Bow Valley Trail that can be found. So there's 2 areas. There's a north area and a south area. The north area is between Wapiti Campground and 17th Street. And pardon me, the south area is between Benchlands Trail and Napa Auto Parts. As well, I just want to highlight some key definitions. You've heard some of the terms already, just to give you a bit more meaning to them. Common amenity housing means a building with separate sleeping facilities and common washing, sanitary, and kitchen facilities. Employee housing means 1 or more dwelling units used exclusively for the residence of employees and members of their family. And vital homes means a range of housing types that shall be made available to eligible persons at below market purchase prices and rental rates and be maintained as the occupant's primary residence. Mr. Kernick did a pretty thorough job in terms of outlining what the proposal is. So I won't touch on everything. I just want to make sure everybody's clear about the wholesale sales and how that all is going to work. So obviously the amendments propose adding wholesale sales to the BBTG district, and there's a requirement that if you build any floor area for wholesale sales that you have to provide common amenity housing, employee housing, and or vital homes. So there's no sort of minimum maximum threshold here. You just, if you build it, you have to have housing. So there wouldn't be a situation where you have wholesale sales without any of these types of housing. So we allow for up to 950, or it's proposed that there be up to 950 square meters of wholesale sales, and the housing would be provided at a ratio of 1 bedroom per 20 square meters of wholesale sales floor area. In addition to that, you can have an accessory warehouse. And so the wholesale sales would be where you have the sales. As a customer, you would walk through. The warehouse is the storage piece where you store your products. So the district currently allows for up to 250 square meters of warehouse space. So they could take advantage of that without needing to provide any housing. But if they wanted to have up to 500 square meters of warehouse space, they would also have to provide additional housing to what they've already provided at a ratio of 1 bedroom per 10 square meters. So let's recap, just so everybody's clear. So you've got 950 square meters of wholesale sales space, and then you can have up to 500 square meters of a warehouse. So that's about 1,450 square meters in total. And if a business was to take advantage of that, then they would need to provide 73 bedrooms of employee housing, common amenity housing, or vital homes. So that's the trade-off. So looking at policy alignment, there is alignment with the municipal development plan for what's being proposed. Affordable housing goal number 4, which speaks to support for cooperating with local businesses and the construction industry in finding innovative solutions to provide affordable housing for employees. As well, policy statement 5.3.4 in the MDP speaks to support from the town for private initiatives to create additional and permanent employee housing opportunities. There are areas, there's one area where the proposal doesn't align with the municipal development plan as well. Policy statement 10.1.6 speaks to the importance of limitations on the size of retail outside the downtown. The Bow Valley Trail Area Redevelopment Plan also speaks to, in section 6.2.3.1, a retail restriction of 150 square meters along Bow Valley Trail. And the purpose of this is really to avoid large concentrations of retail outside of the downtown, to protect the downtown. So there are competing goals at play here. With regards to the incentives, there's really no policy direction to help assist the evaluation of these. It's really a judgment call. Administration believes that the ratios are reasonable given the amount of bedrooms that can be generated. For context, it would be, if somebody took full advantage of the incentive, it would be about half the rental housing that the Northview development provides. And actually, back up, here we go. Yeah, I did want to mention the design of amenity spaces and the review of the impacts of the increased eave-line height can be evaluated at the development permit stage, so it might not be awarded in every case. It would be a case-by-case basis depending on the site itself. Is it a corner site? Is it mid-block? Those sorts of aspects, and that's something that the Development Authority would evaluate at the DP stage. Administration does recommend a couple of changes to the proposed amendments. First, the addition of an eligibility clause that excludes awarding development bonuses or relaxations for housing already required to be constructed as part of a statutory plan or development permit approval, just to avoid double bonusing here. This would add greater clarity for anybody who obviously is considering the incentive, that they're aware of who it would apply to, and it just limits any unintended consequences. The wording's up on the screen. And it's available if council wants to have another look at it again.
And these are all the ones that are in the report, right?
That's correct. Yeah, they haven't changed. The next 3 recommended changes are just about adding additional clarity, and were identified at a point in which where it was too late to change the proponent submission package. So there's really no disagreement here on any of these. It's just trying to make it a bit clearer for everybody. So the second recommended change is to amended regulation 4.6.4.11 and requires moving the amending sentence to the start of the regulation to make it clear that the exception is to the GFA limitation. So having it at the very end as its own sentence, it's somewhat ambiguous in terms of how it actually affects the regulation. Again, it's up on the screen and we can come back to it if council wants a closer look. The third recommended change is to amended Regulation 4.6.4.18, given that compliance with Section 8.7.0.3 is not explicitly required in the LUB. It's an alternative. The use of the word "except" in the proposed regulation just could result in some compliance issues, so it just clears that up a bit. And finally, the definition for wholesale sales, found in the definition section of our land use bylaw, we recommend being updated to add a bit more clarity. The wording's up on the screen, and we're just recommending that the last sentence be removed because it does make it a bit confusing having that in there. So that's the recommended changes. In terms of public feedback, approximately 800 landowners received notification through the mail of the proposed amendments. We allowed 1 month for comment. Most respondents were just curious how the amendments affected them. Most of them owned a condo along Bow Valley Trail, so they were just interested more than taking a position in favor or against. One respondent felt the approach sounded reasonable. One respondent had concerns about the detailed design of the future buildings, parking, access, lighting, those pieces. And one respondent felt the bonus was too generous. So reasons for recommending first reading. The amendments help to address the town's critical housing needs. There's limited supply of this type of housing on Bow Valley Trail. There's supply in TP Town, but obviously that's somewhat being lost through redevelopment there, although we've seen a lot of new suites. I think overall we're still losing a lot of rental housing in TP Town. It's expected, given that much of these areas of Bow Valley Trail are mostly developed, and that this would only apply to wholesale sales operations and rather than any type of retail, the impact is expected to be minimal. Objections raised by the public were minimal and we feel can be addressed, and concerns for detailed design obviously can be dealt with at the development permit stage by the Development Authority. So with that, administration recommends council give first readings to bylaws 2021-20 and 2021-21, and also schedule a single public hearing for both bylaws for May 3rd, 2022.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. And if the screen sharing, there we go, thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel, for your presentation there. So I'm seeing lots of numbers say for every additional 20 square meters proposed wholesale space, that would lead to an additional bedroom. And then, for example, if the warehousing, the additional warehouse space, every 10 meters squared being the bonus metric for another bedroom. My curiosity is, has administration considered, we have numbers like 20 square meters and 10 square meters, and those are very easy to reconcile. But then we say a bedroom. And do we have a quantification of what our size of a bedroom is in a common amenity housing? Because I want to make sure that whatever that one bedroom is of a size that is a dignified living space.
That's a great question, sir. The regulations don't specify a minimum bedroom size. Obviously, they need to meet health standards. There's no minimum for common areas. It's just establishing a basic metric for what you're getting, and then some of those other details can be worked out at the development permit stage because it's a discretionary use. And so there is some ability for the development authority to ask for those aspects as a discretionary use. But in terms of just trying to understand the provision, the bedrooms is probably the best metric to use. And it also provides a lot of flexibility for designers to, maybe they have some smaller bedrooms, but then they have larger, bedrooms, larger units. They can do a lot of mix of things. And if you over-regulate, you might end up actually making it a situation where you lose out on some actual housing because of the the minimum. So that's something that we would certainly look to ensure at the development permit stage, that it's not going to be, you know, the size of a closet, and clearly that people aren't going to be able to have a, you know, a good quality of life living in those units.
Okay, yeah, thank you, because I can appreciate what's being presented by Mr. Kernick. From the renderings, the bedrooms for the common amenity house, they look generous from a top view. But yeah, I was just curious, moving down the road, if this becomes like a problem where maybe we have some other folks pushing the envelope, and here's your 2 square meter bedroom. We're going to call that a bedroom. Okay. And another question for you, Mr. Gravel. Do we have any insight right now on the current mix or ratio of what this proposal is for PAH versus employee housing?
Mr. Kernick's proposal, you mean, or in general?
Or for this one, if that's been put on the table at all? Or is it all staff housing? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I would direct that question to Mr. Kernick.
Okay.
Just real quick, there is a minimum bedroom size in the building code. So
Okay.
those are more, can't remember what it is, but there is minimum requirements within the building code. Again, just to reiterate, our intent is 90% common amenity housing and maybe 1 or 2 staff housing units for the managers on site to that unit. So our intent is 90% common amenity housing.
Okay, and that would be essentially all for staff.
For staff, and if we have access, we'll obviously rent it out to other businesses in the community. The PH I've always committed to doing it inside Spring Creek, mixed throughout all my buildings, which we have done.
All right, thank you, sir.
Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Mr. Gravel, just to help with the scale, just to get our minds around, I hear that it's going to be about the same size as the current operations for the furniture store. Were you able, I'd put a note to you, were you able to find what the square footage of, let's say, a Canadian Tire is here in town, or the Safeway?
Yes, I came armed with that information. So up there on the slide, you can see the sizes of the...
So Canadian Tire is 4,600 square meters?
Square meters.
And so that would be roughly 5 times as large as what's being proposed as the retail or the wholesale sales component.
Yeah,
Because that would be about, no, it's 46, so that would be about 46,000 square feet versus 10,000 square feet. I'm just looking at the retail size. So 4.6 times, all right? And all of them are quite a bit larger. Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, that helps. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm just turning to Ms. Miller. Was there any other presentation, from what you outlined at the start, was there any other presentations, or we can now move to the actual, considering the amendments?
You can now move to considering the amendment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. With that then, I'll move that council give first reading to Bow Valley Trail Area Redevelopment Plan Amendment, Community Amenity Housing Bylaw 2021-20. Speaking to that motion, I will be voting in favor of this first reading. I believe that this is a very good change overall, and this is a needed amendment within the ARP in order to bring about that change. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert, then Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to vote in support of first reading and moving to a public hearing for this Bow Valley Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. As the Bow Valley Trail area redevelops, it's important that we are flexible and responsive to proposals that come forward. I think there are some definite benefits to this one in terms of common amenity housing, and I look forward to hearing from the community about their thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be providing support for first reading for this proposal. I appreciate the proponent bringing it forward to us, and I was happy to see the What We Heard report that was attached, because I was part of that public consultation piece. I was more watching, actually, which I tend to do in those situations. I remember seeing quite a few of my colleagues there as well. You know, I actually, my first land use gig when I got elected in 2012 was on this ARP, and that was with a group of people that I've gotten to know better, that are business owners on Bow Valley Trail. And one thing we really knew at the time was that, as Councillor Faubert has pointed out, we need to be responsive to the changes and new ideas that are going to help us bring our goals forward as a community. So there's quite a few of those elements that I see in this proposal. And so I'm happy to provide first reading, support for first reading. And I too am looking forward to hearing from the community what their thoughts are on this interesting change to the land use on Bow Valley Trail. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. I will also be providing support for this first amendment and for going to first reading for a lot of the same things that my fellow councillors have already stated. Just like to get it to the public and hear from the public at this point, so I will support it.
We'll go to Councillor Mara, then Councillor Ma.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this, and as my fellow councillors have already stated, we look forward to a different idea and a different, I think this is addressing some of our concerns, but I am definitely interested in hearing from the public, and thank you for bringing this forward, so I will support.
Councillor Ma.
Yeah. I'd like to say I would also vote in support of taking this to first reading and public hearing. I think we need some creative solutions and a broad mix of housing, and the common amenity housing piece is going to be a part of that puzzle. It'd be great to hear what the public says. I also feel there's value in this as being part of a transitional zone on the Bow Valley Trail, and if it's the sort of thing that helps keep a local business viable moving forward, I think there's value to that too. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I too will be providing support for first reading on this one. I think the employee housing piece is critical and key, and I appreciate the applicants bringing this innovative idea forward. And I too look forward to the vibrancy of other businesses downtown or in town. Thank you.
Before calling the vote, I'll just note also that I think that this, what's being proposed is running the right balance between increasing, allowing for an increased size and doing so in a way that does not open the floodgates, does not jeopardize the downtown, and really is a transitioning for something that already exists in town to another location so that we could even serve the community better. With that, I'll call the question. Oh. Ms. Hyde?
Could we just ask you if you'd like to consider the amendments that...
I will do that. I will do that for the bylaw.
Oh, okay. The second bylaw, sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, great, thank you. So this is for the ARP. And I'll call the question. Motion on the table. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that Council give first reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Bow Valley Trail General Commercial District Amendment Bylaw 2021-21. Oh.
Point of order.
Okay, yes. Oh, we've lost a councillor. All right. Tell you what, we are going to take a quick break right now. Oh, she's coming back. Okay, there we go. Well, I wanted to try to get this done before her break, but I would have taken a break if she was having technical difficulties. Councillor McCallum, can you hear us? Oh, yes, okay, good. So I'll move the council give, or just move
Can you guys hear me? Sorry,
Yes.
did my feed? Okay, my apologies.
Okay. So I just moved the council give first reading to this bylaw. I am going to propose the recommended amendments. And so if those could be brought up on the screen. Well, actually, you know what? Because I want to see council, I will just refer to the agenda package. And if everybody can have the agenda package in front of them, because I'm going to have to be going back and forth quite a bit. This is on page 34 of the agenda package. And the first amendment I'm moving is that the following section be added, and that is section 4.6.4.19, and it reads, employee housing, common amenity housing, or perpetually affordable housing required to be constructed as part of a statutory plan, condition of development permit approval, or other forms of commitment are not eligible for the development bonuses outlined in 4.6.4.5, 4.6.4.6, and 4.6.9.1c. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving to the second proposed amendment, and I move that an amendment to section 4.6.4.11 be revised for clarity to, and it's inserting the except as allowed in 4.6.4.5 and 4.6.4.6, comma A, and then it reads with the wording that's currently there, and then that except portion at the end has been taken off because it's been moved to the front. So you see it there. You know what I'm talking about. Any discussion on that is simply moving the phrase from the end to the beginning. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. The third proposed amendment, and it's the proposed rewording of section 4.6.4.18 be revised for clarity to, where common amenity housing or employee housing is developed, section 8.7 shall not be required except that the development authority may require the amenities listed in section 8.7.0.3. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I move the question, or call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And finally, moving to the last recommended change, I move that the definition for wholesale sales found in section 13 of the LUB be updated to provide greater clarity. And the suggested wording is to remove the last portion of the definition, which is for storage of materials, products, goods, and merchandise. And that will leave then that the definition for wholesale sales is a facility for the wholesale or retail sale of a limited range of bulky goods. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Graham?
Do we have any definition of a limited range of bulky goods? That could be, no?
No, I don't think there is any.
Okay.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Is Councillor McCallum frozen? Oh, there we go. All in, carried unanimously. Returning to the main motion then, I will support the first reading of this land use bylaw amendment. As mentioned, I believe that this clarifies very well around wholesale sales, as well as incorporates the very creative solution to make sure that there's protection of the Bow Valley Trail's intent and not allowing the what would be considered a larger format or big box store This is anything but. It's a larger than is currently allowed, but there are stipulations attached to it that safeguard it and provide employee housing. So it's a very, I think, a very positive thing, and I'd like this to go to public hearing. Councillor Hillstead.
I will also support this, as it is a very creative addition to the land use bylaw for this district. I would like to hear from the public on it, and I did want to just make one mention that there's a couple formatting errors in 4.6.4.5 and 4.6.4.6, but talking with municipal clerk, they're just very small grammatical, like instead of M squared, it's M2. So
Okay,
just
so
small little changes that I was told. It does not need an amendment, just wanted to throw it out there just so that it's out there.
Editorial.
Some editorial changes, yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Any other councillors want to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that we schedule a single public hearing for Bylaw 2021-20 and Bylaw 2021-21 for May 3rd, 2022. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I will now call a 15-minute meeting break, and we will resume at 10 to 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know what editorial things this is talking about?
No, I think there's so
Okay, if Councillor Faubert is there, if you could turn your video on, please. There we go. Thank you. All right, we'll move to our next item, which is G2, Emergency Management Bylaw. Ms. Miller, welcome.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. So today I'm bringing forward the Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07, which, if approved, will repeal Bylaw 2014-19. So in 2020, the Emergency Management Act was updated and now includes the Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation, which sets out specific requirements that municipalities need to follow when creating their own emergency management bylaws. This new bylaw reflects those requirements. Changes were made to the Emergency Management Act after post-incident assessments completed following some major catastrophic events in Alberta recommended a review of the Provincial Emergency Management Framework. This updated framework helps municipalities adapt to the reality that we will experience more frequent disaster events and will better prepare communities to ensure the safety of its residents. Changes to the Emergency Management Act include the authority to create a local authority emergency management regulation to provide further guidance to municipalities regarding their roles and responsibilities under the Act. The updated Emergency Management Act also clarified authority for states of local emergencies, and the Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation codifies best practices, including prescribing what needs to be included in a local authority's emergency management bylaw. So the regulation also came into force on January 1st, 2020, and it sets out specific requirements that must be followed. It ensures that communities have up-to-date emergency management programs and plans that are reviewed and tested annually. It requires elected officials to complete the municipal elected officials course within a prescribed timeframe to ensure understanding of their roles and responsibilities. It also prescribes training for municipal staff who have been assigned responsibilities respecting the implementation of the community emergency plan. It ensures an emergency advisory committee is appointed and that the roles and responsibilities both during and outside of an emergency are defined. And finally, it ensures an emergency management agency is established and the roles and responsibilities are clearly defined. So because the regulation is so prescriptive, the changes that are being proposed today are all tied to specific sections of the regulations as rationale. So we'll go through these now. The regulation requires our bylaw to establish an emergency advisory committee and define its purpose both during an emergency or disaster and when those events are not occurring. The updated bylaw establishes the committee, details its requirements to review the emergency management program and related plans annually, and provides guidance and direction to the emergency management agency. In addition, during an emergency, the bylaw grants the authority to the committee to declare, renew, or terminate a state of local emergency in accordance with the Emergency Management Act. The regulation sets out a minimum meeting frequency for the committee, which is at least once per year. Our Emergency Advisory Committee has agreed to meet quarterly, though the bylaw will keep the requirement at the minimum of once per year for greater flexibility. Because the Emergency Advisory Committee is a part of regular council business, the meetings will be held in public. We have added this requirement into the bylaw. Moving to the Emergency Management Agency, the regulation sets out the establishment and responsibilities of the agency. In the bylaw, the agency is responsible for the administration of the emergency management program and associated plans. The regulation requires that a director of emergency management is appointed in the bylaw. This bylaw proposes that the manager of protective services is appointed as the director of emergency management. One change being proposed is the prescription of the makeup of the emergency management agency. Instead of specifying positions, it's being left open to include greater flexibility, as prescribing positions is not required in the regulation. Our emergency management agency currently includes myself, the deputy director of myself, and then the deputy director of emergency management, which is Deputy Chief Carrie Martins, the CAO and members of our corporate strategic team, the fire chief, the RCMP detachment commander, and other members of town administration who hold roles in the Emergency Management Coordination Center. The regulation also sets out the accountabilities of the agency to the Emergency Advisory Committee. At a minimum, this bylaw states that the agency will report to the committee at least once per year to provide an update on the agency's activities and review the emergency plan. The final requirement of the regulation that is new to this bylaw is the inclusion of the command, control, and coordination system prescribed by the Managing Director of the Alberta Emergency Management Agency during response activities. The current system prescribed by the Managing Director is the Incident Command System. It's a widely used system across Canada, and it ensures a consistent understanding and shared terminology between agencies during a response. So that concludes my overview of this new bylaw. The recommendation going forward today is that Council give first, second, and third reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions. And do we have our Zoom feed? There we go. No, there we go. Okay. Looking to Council to see if there are any questions on this presentation. Seeing none, thank you. Thank you very much. I will move that Council give first reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07, and we'll support this. It just brings us in alignment with the regulations. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give second reading to the Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave of Council to give third reading of Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that Council give third reading to Emergency Management Bylaw 2022-07. Any comments or discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we'll move to G3, Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendments, Bylaw 2022-08.
Perfect.
Back over to you.
Back over to me. Great. So this bylaw makes amendments to the current traffic and road use bylaw that are required for the implementation of the updated paid parking program and to address other administrative changes that are required. So these amendments will address paid parking, residential parking zones, residential parking permits, parking on private property, vehicles obstructing traffic, the allowance of e-scooters, and some minor editorial changes. Oops, I could have gone through that. So starting with paid parking, updated definitions were required in the bylaw to ensure proper verbiage around paid parking in residential zones was included. The amendments also include the updated eligibility criteria for the Canmore resident parking permit. The amendments create an offense for parking in the controlled residential parking zones and removes the early fine payment options if ticketed for parking in those areas without a permit. Clarity around parking on private property without authorization offenses was included in the amendments. It is now clear that adequate signage is required for unauthorized parking to be enforced. E-scooters and other e-devices are now included as being allowed on multi-use trails, given they follow the same rules that apply to bicycles, e-bikes, and other types of vehicles. The definition is broad enough to include a number of different types of footboard-mounted devices. These are currently being used on our trails, and we have had several calls to the Municipal Enforcement Office asking for clarity on whether they are allowed or not. Allowing these types of devices on our trails encourages alternative modes of active transportation. Additional administrative amendments have been included, such as updated verbiage and definitions to match the Provincial Administrative Penalties Act, definitions for parking permits, and providing a clear offense for crossing a highway where prohibited instead of using the term jaywalking. The amendments also include clarity that automated enforcement vehicles are able to idle while conducting enforcement, and includes a new penalty to address vehicles impeding traffic. All of the proposed amendments ensure enforceability of our paid parking and residential parking permit program and ensure we align with updated provincial legislation and improve accessibility and use on our shared trails. So the recommendation, town administration recommends that council give first, second, and third reading to the Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendments Bylaw 2022-08.
Great, thank you very much. I have a question, it's not directly related to the proposed changes, but it's an issue associated with these matters. As we continue through our transportation mode shift, and we see the addition of e-scooter and we have e-bikes, how will the etiquette on trails and safety be enforced by municipal enforcement?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's a number of ways that we can improve safety on shared pathways. So we actually just started a cycling safety and etiquette campaign yesterday that was shared on the town Facebook page and will continue over the next 5 weeks. So it helps educate cyclists on safe cycling practices. The RCMP has included bicycle safety in their annual performance plan after discussion with council about community priorities. And they've begun planning a bike rodeo for this spring to help educate school-age children on safe cycling practices. The municipal enforcement team has also has shared use trail safety as a priority, and we're eager to do joint patrols with the RCMP. We do have 4 e-bikes to help us with those type of patrols. The municipal enforcement and RCMP have also discussed positive ticketing programs and are engaging with local businesses to continue to reinforce safe behavior observed on shared pathways. So there's a lot of safe use of bicycles already included in the Traffic Safety Act. So to include the use of bells, for example, which is included in the Traffic Safety Act, it would be redundant because we could already enforce those.
Right. And will there be a communication component to this, to the public? So just to let people know, hey, there's going to be patrols. You got to keep your speed down. You have to make sure you're yielding to pedestrians. So those sorts of messaging. Will that be part of the rollout of a bicycle safety campaign?
I can work with the communications department to make sure that we add some of the enforcement side of things. Right now, it's really focused on the positive behavior. Yeah. So in educating and encouraging people to make safe choices while cycling and using the shared use trails.
Right. Sometimes people need to know it's not just a polite ask, that it's actually a rule, and that it will be enforced. So thank you. Looking to council for any questions on the presentation, these proposed changes. Councillor Graham.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Miller. I was wondering a little bit about VanMore. Are you familiar with the term VanMore?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Will those folks, how will those folks fit into this system and into this program?
So we currently do have a section in the Traffic and Road Use Bylaw that talks about permitting for overnight camping. I believe the Safe Park program, though, is still being discussed for this year, so I'll just defer that question until those decisions are made.
Will those residents get passes to park in the residential zones of the parking zone?
To be eligible for the program, you do have to have a vehicle that's registered in Canmore, so under a Canmore residential address.
Okay. Yeah, I can see a lot of those people not being registered here locally. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it a little bit. Another question for you. The automatic traffic enforcement idling. Can you explain to me how this aligns with our climate action plan?
Yeah, so with emergency vehicles and in order to do their duties as a community peace officer, so the contracted employee in the automated enforcement vehicle is a community peace officer. They do need to run their enforcement equipment, and to do so, they do need to have their vehicle running. So they were actually the only emergency type vehicle that wasn't included in the bylaw. They are included in the Traffic Safety Act, but we do have, because they're a community peace officer, but we have had a lot of calls about the automated traffic enforcement vehicle, so we decided to just be very clear with our town bylaws that they are exempt and are able to idle more than 5 minutes while conducting their duties.
So this is already allowed in another piece, but we're adding this as kind of a redundant?
Yeah, so we in our own bylaw included fire engines and fire rescue vehicles. We included ambulances. So it was just to provide clarity that they are included as an emergency vehicle when they're performing their duties.
Dr. Caudill, did you have something you wanted to add? Oh, okay.
I certainly struggle with the idea that they're an emergency vehicle. Traffic enforcement, certainly. Emergency, I don't think so.
And in the course of their duties, like they're governed as community peace officers, so they need to be able to respond if there's an emergent situation that happens right in front of them, or if they need to go to safety if something occurs during while they're performing their duties.
Is there any way that they could perform their duties without idling?
That's a good question. I have recently had a conversation with the RCMP about this as well, and even our own municipal enforcement team. But in order to not kill the battery while they're performing their duties, they still need to be able to run the equipment inside the vehicle, which is often powered by the vehicle itself.
Yeah, I guess if there was any way for that to not occur, I would be very encouraged. I know that this is a long-standing issue of this enforcement idling while performing their duties, and I don't think it shows well on our town when we do these sorts of things. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll now move that council give first reading to the Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendments 2022-08. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Hillstad.
I just have two editorial amendments to put forward, which I'm hoping will go on the screen just because, at least for the first bit.
Okay.
So in section 52.1, just should say section 51.1 provided, just very small change, providing just not the right verbiage there. And then the next amendment is just in the Schedule A. It just should have been on section 51A, B, and C. Instead of striking out space in the substituting zone, it should be striking out space and substituting pay parking zone. Again, in the red line, that's how it's shown, just didn't get transposed over to the bylaw itself. So just two quick fixes.
Thank you. I'd look to the clerk just to confirm those are editorial in nature.
I would say the first one is and the second one isn't, because we didn't actually add the words in. Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, Councillor Hillstad, you're moving, am I correct that you're moving that?
Section, so 34, number 34, Schedule A is amended with substituting pay parking zone instead of zone. So just adding the words pay parking in front of zone.
All right, so I'll just let everybody take a look at that for a second before we remove this screen share. So on 34C there, it should be pay parking zone instead of just zone. All right, if we could stop screen sharing now. We have an amendment on the table. Councillor Maud, did you want to speak to the amendment, or were you in line for, okay. Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll move the question, or call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we're back to the main motion, first reading. Councillor Maud, did you have something you wanted to speak to in that regard?
Yes, I had a proposed amendment. If Ms. Hyde, if you could put that up, just a bit of a wording and definition for the e-scooter side of things. Yeah. So it's just a bit of like a clerical one. The current version consists of a footboard mounted on 1, 2, or 3 wheels. It may include a long steering handle. I've just seen in my travels, there are 4-wheeled skateboards that have motors on them. And so just to be a little more capturing of our definition, I was hoping we could reduce it to the top one there. It consists of a footboard device mounted on 1 or more wheels. So we kind of covered a whole gamut, and may include a long steering handle.
Thank you. Thank you. And so I have just one question, and Ms. Miller, I was just wondering if you had, yeah, you can answer there or here, whichever. Yeah. Yeah. Do you have any concerns with the amendment?
No.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
You don't trust me? Kayla and I talked about it. We're tight.
Are you sure? Any discussion on that proposed amendment? If we could stop screen sharing, and I'll just see if other councillors, no further discussion. I'll call the question. Councillor Graham.
I wonder, is there any consideration in this amendment for motorized versus non-motorized? Is that something we need to worry about here? Maybe I look to administration again.
It's within the definition of e-scooter, which means an electric-powered vehicle and then it's one will consist of a footboard mounted on 1 or more wheels. So the electric is already earlier in the...
It could be not electric. Like I've definitely seen gas-powered scooters.
They're probably a different type of vehicle. Ms. Miller?
Councillor Graham, have you seen any that are under 120 kilograms? Would they be more classified as mopeds?
That's a good question. No, I haven't picked one up lately, but I would think that they're all under 120 kilograms, yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're now back to the main motion. I would like to note that in the bylaw, and I'm pretty sure this is editorial, wherever there's reference to 2022-03, it should be 2020-03. Okay. Great, so that was in the title of the bylaw, as well as in section 2, as well as in section 3. Great, thank you. So that's editorial. Great, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on this first reading. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move second reading to the Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendments 2022-08. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave of council to give third reading to Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-08. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I'll move that council give third reading to the Traffic and Road Use Bylaw Amendments 2022-08. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item G4, Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2022-04, Omnibus. Ms. Hyde.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So what I'm proposing for this presentation is I thought I would show the chart from my staff report, and maybe you'd like to follow along in your red line, because I know there's a lot of documents in play here, so I'm just sort of wondering what the easiest way is to maybe follow along.
Sure, let's give that a go.
You know, and if it doesn't work, we can do something else. So these proposed amendments to the procedural bylaw are the result of a workshop we held with council in January. We typically go over the procedural bylaw with a new council, make sure everything is in the procedures of the way that you would like them, because this is your bylaw. So I will just start with 3.1D. And I thought I would just go through them. And if you have any questions, we can stop, but if not, maybe we'll just sort of flow through. Yeah, so 3.1D, it was almost a miss, right? So at our annual organizational meeting, we appoint all the members to the committees, not just the council reps. So we just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that we're adding public representatives as well. I'll try to go faster because we're going to be here all day. All right, 3.2. This also was probably just a miss in our original bylaw. We didn't mention what would happen. We didn't allow ourselves to reschedule a meeting that was going to fall on a stat holiday. We only gave ourselves the option to cancel it, so I think you'd like the option to reschedule. 3.4, the original bylaw allowed us to have a 9-hour time limit on this regular meeting, but not the other type of meetings that you have, such as Committee of the Whole, Finance Committee, and we were running into some problems, I think, especially with Committee of the Whole, even going over half an hour. So this just allows all of your meetings to be 9 hours, and maximum. The time limit on delegations presenting, we mostly allow 10 minutes for our delegations to present, but they of course can request longer times. And before we had to wait for the council meeting for you to approve that extension, we'd like to make it and the Agenda Review Committee could also approve it, because typically the requests come in ahead of time when we're looking at them at Agenda Review anyway. That way we can put out a more accurate agenda for you and for the public as well. I just want to point out on this one that we did do a typo in the amending bylaw. Thank you, Councillor Hillstad. So I'll flash that on the screen at the end, because we'll just need a quick view. We just forgot to, we actually just forgot to change this in the amending bylaw. So there's a little error in the one that you have in your package. Further to delegations, it's our practice right now that if a delegation has a request for council, that you have a choice. Our usual practice is to consider their request at our next regular meeting, but you have a choice as council to consider it immediately. We used to have it as a majority vote, but the agenda itself requires a 2/3 vote to change the agenda, and essentially you are changing the agenda when you add a request like that, so we just changed that to a line. 9.12 is really just almost a typo. The table is where you take things away to, and the floor is where you talk about things, so table was the wrong word there. And also, this was a little confusing. When you have a motion in play, one of the only things you can do is to postpone that motion, and it said to a definite time at a future meeting, which kind of makes no sense at all. We actually mean a date, right? We're postponing it to this next date.
12:03 on
not this
April
next-
16th.
Exactly. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, so that was a clarification in there. And the same thing is true for the next one. They were combined there. And this 9.17, this is about when a member of council wants to put an item on the agenda. And because we have the agenda review committee, you can go through the agenda review committee such as any other submissions. You don't need to be restricted to a notice of motion. A notice of motion is still allowed, but we have a different process that's available to you as well. So we just wanted to reflect that in the bylaw, because actually it's the way we normally do it, really, is to just follow the regular provisions of the bylaw, such as a staff report or a member of the public. And this one is about, 9.17 is about reconsidering motions. And when we talked about rescinding motions, we had this section in here that you're not permitted to rescind a motion if an irrevocable action has already taken place, such as we've purchased something or signed a contract. You can't then usually go back and change that. We hadn't mentioned that in the motion to reconsider, but you know, when we're having our workshop, it obviously applies as well, that we wouldn't be able to reconsider a motion that we'd already committed funds or a contract to. 9.18. Oh, yeah, a motion to rescind a motion which has been passed. Yes, again, may be added to a future agenda in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw, not necessarily requiring a notice of motion. It's almost kind of like a red tape reduction thing, right? Because a notice of motion takes 2 whole meetings, whereas if you can go through agenda review, the time speeds up quite a bit. And then we just wanted to clarify, we've run into this question a few times, a motion to reconsider or rescind a motion for a reading of a bylaw, it's not in order because the MGA sets out that council needs to give distinct first, second, and third readings to a bylaw. If you wanted to change your mind later, you need to amend the bylaw that you gave the readings to. So the proper procedure is to amend the bylaw, not rescind a motion. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, I talked to another municipal clerk I know, and
who could that be?
She wasn't sure that this was out of order or not, and I guess I'm procedurally not sure either. She thought it was part of the MGA and wouldn't be out of order, but I don't know that I fully understand.
Yeah. So here's my thinking. So for example, say you had given second reading to a bylaw, and third reading is still in the future. The procedure would be to put third reading on the floor and vote against it, not rescind your motion for second reading. And then say a bylaw had received 3 readings and then it comes into effect. The only option council has under the MGA at that time is to amend or repeal the bylaw using another bylaw. So that's how I read it.
So, using a real example, I believe the last time that there was a rescission motion, we had to do around changes to the, within TP Town.
Mm-hmm.
And a rescission was used there
Yep.
to open up the previous readings. So you would suggest that going forward, it wouldn't be that process, but you would be bringing an amendment to the bylaw to make the change to back to what it was, or whatever you wanted to.
Correct.
And then it would have to go through 3 readings,
That's what I'm proposing.
including a public hearing.
No, because you would have already had it. The MGA requires you to have well, unless we were doing a whole nother,
Well, I think if you're amending a bylaw, you're actually
Yeah.
then, you would have to go first, second, third reading, and you need to have the public
yes,
hearing before
you'd have to go
second.
back through the whole process. But, you know, if you look at that TP Town change, it was actually fairly significant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amending the bylaw back, using a motion rather than a reading of a bylaw. I mean, I think the argument can be made that you should have gone back to a public hearing because of that change.
And you wouldn't be out of order to bring it, even though it's been considered within the last 6 months?
Yeah, yeah, I know the procedural bylaw says that as well. That's a good one. I mean, ultimately, it's your discretion, right? The procedural bylaw is not the MGA. So we have to follow the MGA, but for our, so the MGA doesn't say you can't consider a motion after 6 months. That's council's rule.
Yeah.
So you could vote to suspend that rule, for example, and if you wanted to, with respect to a bylaw reading, or you could wait the 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this one, the ability to go backwards gives us some flexibility and timeliness in this sort of situation. I think there are other hoops we could jump through. We could kill it at third and go back and restart kind of thing, but I'm not sure that that's the most efficient way to do this.
So Ms. Hyde, if this, I'm not saying I'm going to make this
Yep.
amendment, I hadn't considered, but if a member of council wanted to propose an amendment to strike this addition,
Yep,
then that just leaves us back in our...
where we were,
in the way we were,
Yep.
in which case
yeah. And then we could decide on a case-by-case
decide on a case-by-case basis.
basis.
Okay.
Yep,
Great, thank you.
yep.
Thank you.
I can't see the people that are on the screen. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, so for those who are tuned in by Zoom, councillors, we can't see you, so if you have a question at some point, please just speak up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we
Oh,
can see you.
nicely done. So we're on to 11.4.1. This is a proposed addition. The procedural bylaw before has been silent on first reading of planning bylaws. So it's been silent on who can present, in what order things can go in. We just never addressed it before. So we thought for consistency and for the public to understand the process that we would put it in the procedural bylaw. So the planning bylaws are all of the ones that are set out in the MGA. So the MDP, area structure plan, area redevelopment plans, and the land use bylaw. So in the MGA, those are all considered planning bylaws that have to follow a particular process of advertising and public hearings. So we're saying in those instances, either at a special or a council meeting, the applicant would be provided with an opportunity to make their presentations, like Mr. Kernick did today, a presentation from administration, and then a question period to ask either of them questions. So we were silent on that before, and it was confusing, especially to the applicant, about when their opportunity was to present their proposals. So any questions about that?
Ms. Hyde,
Yep.
do we specify anywhere where public hearings can happen? They have to happen before second reading,
That's in the MGA.
but
Yeah.
they could happen before first.
Correct.
As well.
Yeah.
We don't specify,
We don't specify it in our procedural bylaw.
typically we go to first and then
And then the
schedule a
public hearing. Yeah, that's
et
our-
cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but you're right, it's not in the bylaw.
Has the town of Canmore at any time ever done a public hearing before first reading?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Are you aware? Have
Yeah.
we?
One of the...
Yeah, we did it once.
Yeah, one of the
Once?
three sister, I think it was potentially the one brought by the receiver. I think it might have been that
Oh,
one.
yes, yeah.
Yeah,
That was, I was new.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to get into this now, but I think there are instances where doing the public hearing before first reading might get us a better document going forward.
Well, you know, it's interesting, I don't know if you know this from the other municipal clerk that you know, but the city of Calgary, I think, does all their public hearings before first reading of their bylaws. Yeah, but I think a lot of do it like us, and City of Calgary, I'm aware they do it before first. So it could be something that we look at. Yeah, bylaw's silent on it now, so you, as council, you'd have discretion either way.
Yeah, we could.
So is it always, would it always be council's discretion then as to
Well, the
when that
MGA
happens?
says you have to hold it before second.
Yeah.
That's it. You have to follow that rule.
The only body that can call a public hearing is council.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
So one, just on that, and I know we're asking questions here, but just on that, it would be open, you know, when something, you know, either at agenda review or some discussion in advance, but it would be open at council if something's coming for first reading, if a councillor wanted to make a motion before it's tabled, before the motion's tabled, to have a public hearing, we could have that debate then, and then if that's the way it goes, a public hearing set. If that was defeated, then we would go to first reading, and then schedule a public hearing.
Yeah, I think that might be prudent in some instances.
So yes, Ms. Hyde, please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, so 12.2, this is some clarification in the bylaw, just to provide, yeah, it's meant to provide some just clarification for people trying to figure out what is permitted at a public hearing. So the first piece that has always been confusing is it's always said the order of business for a public hearing shall include. And I mean, as far as I know, the order of business is kind of a fancy word for the agenda. It doesn't mean it has to happen in this order, but you can see how that would be confusing, and it has been. So that's been read in the past to say things must happen in this particular order, and council has no opportunity to change the order that you hear the agenda. That's not the intent. So we'll just strike out order of business and say a public hearing shall include. That way, it's the same as everything. When you guys are approving the agenda, you get to approve what order that you hear things in. So it shouldn't be confusing. We just want to note that at the public hearing, the idea is not to hear a 1 or 2 hour presentation from admin or from the applicant. That happened at first reading. So we just wanted to be clear in the bylaw that this is just a brief summary for context. Why are we here? And then move on to the public submissions. And then just to include in here, to be clear that council does have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and administration. That's come up before too, where because the agenda didn't say it, people think it's out of order for council to ask questions. So we want to be clear that, I mean, the public hearing is your whole opportunity to ask questions, right? So we just want to be clear in the procedural bylaw and on the upcoming agendas that there's space for you to ask questions. So that's what these changes are about. Yeah, all of this. Yeah, this is all of this, 12.2, it's all the same thing. And then 12.3 suspends the 5-minute time limit for the presentation from the applicant and administration. So speakers at public hearings have 5 minutes apiece, excluding time for questions from council, but we wanted to leave it at council's discretion how long an applicant or administration presentation would be. And then this one, I think we've had bit of discussion. So 12.5 is to fit in with our new Zoom world. So what we're trying to say here is that if a person, group of persons, so I just want to point out too that person, group of persons, representative of person, that's from the Municipal Government Act. So the Municipal Government Act sets out that in a public hearing, council is obliged to hear from any person, group, or representative of person of group that claims to have an interest in the matter at hand. So that language is from the MGA. What we want to provide for is that they have to be here, right? So the person, the group, or the representative of the person of group, it can't be pre-recorded. Someone has to be here live. So whether it's here in front of the microphone or whether it's on Zoom, the person that's speaking to you has to be a person you can talk back to. So that's what that's meant to clarify, and then to add a clause to require them to register ahead of time. So before times, when we were just live in the room, you could just show up, right? It doesn't matter. You could come to the public hearing, put your hand in the air to speak, but with Zoom we can't accommodate that, right? Because we need to communicate with the people ahead of time to get them the link. So we need people to register, especially if they're going to be on Zoom, but in absence of being confusing, we'll just get everyone to register. The exception is, then back in 12.5.1, you can still show up. So if you're here in the room for a public hearing, you haven't registered, it's okay. We'll just go through the registered speakers first, and then it'll be your turn. It'll be quite similar to what we did before, but this change is really to accommodate people joining us electronically. And then further to that, technology has changed a lot, right? So people are now submitting or asking to submit pre-recorded videos instead of, say, a written submission, right? They can't be here. They want to send me a video that I'll play at the council. So I don't have the capacity to save or show all these multiple formats of videos, or we don't have capacity to post them on our website. So what I'm suggesting is that if people want to send in pre-recorded videos, that they have to have a representative, pursuant to the section above it, present that video. So this is all up in the air. Like we've not addressed pre-recorded videos really before. So this is sort of an attempt to sort of keep up with modern times and respond to people that have these kind of inquiries.
Sorry, my microphone's still on, so I'll just go.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Ms. Hyde, I really like the idea of having pre-recorded sessions, and I obviously see the challenge around what might be said during one of those sessions and the challenge of that. To me, it feels like a video recording is really just another written submission.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that couldn't just be included in the written submissions and how that might be embedded into our reports going forward. I struggle with, you've got a video, but now you've got to have somebody here who can answer, so it just seems a little clunky.
We can't post them on our website is the problem. So we can't post them in the record of written submissions. We don't have technology or capacity. The only thing we can post, so our policy internally, and Robin can chime in if I've got it incorrectly, is we only link to the town's YouTube account. So all the videos that you see on our website are housed on the town's YouTube account. We don't link to other people's YouTube accounts, and we don't have capacity to post videos in another way. They have to be linked to a YouTube account. So those can all be changed and deleted by the owners at any time too, right? So, so that method of capturing the videos is not, well, we can't do it for one thing, we can't post them.
So
but if a person shows a video here during a public hearing, it'll be on our live stream, which is recorded on our YouTube account.
Right.
So that way, it's always on there, regardless if the person who gave us the video deletes their YouTube account. Yeah, so we're not able, I get what you're saying, because it is like a written submission, but technologically speaking, we can't post it for future times.
Could it not be embedded in the PDFs? That would make them huge.
It can't, no. I can't tell you all the technical terms, but I did check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor, sorry.
I understand the challenge here, but I also just...
And maybe in future times, it might be a thing that's possible, but it's not possible today.
I think possible. Very much possible.
It might be a capital thing, right? Like you might see a capital request.
Whether or not we have the technology and the capacity to do it is
Correct.
a question. But it is absolutely 100% possible. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. With that video section, do we need to stipulate in there specifically that it needs to be a 5-minute video? Or does it just, because we have in before thing when you're doing a presentation, it's got to be 5 minutes, do we have to stipulate that? Or people
the timer would still go off after 5 minutes.
So it's just,
yeah.
But we don't need to add extra little bit there. I just wanted to make sure of that, because I could see that being a thing where people don't read that part, and then they make a really long video, and then it gets played, and you get 5 minutes, and you're done.
Well,
So,
you know, we do advertise it,
Yeah.
and we respond to everyone who writes to us,
Yeah.
right? So when people register with us to speak or send written submissions, we write back to everybody with the rules again.
Okay.
So,
Perfect.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
we do
it's-
follow it up, and it's on our website and in our advertising.
I could just see that being
Yeah.
people trying to get around the 5-minute rule by making a long video. So just as long as we're all clear there, that's good.
I think it would be included under the 12.3 subsection B.
Yeah, for me, I just assumed that we stated it previously, so it should just be considered, but I could see
That's a good point.
someone
Yep.
trying to find a loophole.
Yep, and then the part, you know, the part about people maybe saying things on video that they wouldn't say in real life, we're trying to capture in that next section, 12.5.3, to give the presiding officer the right to just ask for a video to be stopped. If someone's not following, specifically 12.6 here, right? Like if they're not speaking respectfully, you know, not directly addressing the item that's under consideration, the mayor would have the opportunity to ask for the video to be stopped. So that's just to keep a little control over that. So the next part, 13.3.1, is around written submissions. So this is to clarify a practice that we've been trying for a while now. So what we've been doing is we've set a deadline of 9 a.m. the Friday before a public hearing, so presuming the public hearing is on Tuesday. We set a deadline of 9 a.m. for people that want their submissions to go out ahead of the public hearing. And then we publish those in the record of public submissions. We post it to our website and provide it to you. People are still allowed, under our current setup, to continue providing written submissions. So to help people understand when those would be processed, the ones we receive after the cutoff on the Friday and the end of the public hearing, we add to the record afterward. So there is a bit of an awkward gap there where, you know, we do our best to get out the later ones to you, but obviously they're coming in, you know, many people submit their written submissions at 8:59 a.m. on Tuesdays. So to really, to sort of just set out for the public what's going to happen to their written submission and when you might see it. So I know there's been a bit of discussion around this one too.
Oh, Councillor Hillstad, do you have, no, Councillor Graham.
Can you just help me understand this one a little bit more? So we have a public hearing. Right now we're saying 9 a.m., 2 business days before the public hearing is the last submission that you can submit that will end up in our agenda package that council can read. Why do we still allow submissions to come in after that date? I guess when submissions do come in at the very last minute, they are part of the public record eventually, yet we have a very hard time digesting that input at that point in time. So I'm just kind of wondering about the...
Well, and maybe a previous councillor can chime in too, because I think the intent was to not impose a restriction on people. Like, I think that's what council was going for in the past, to you know, as long as the public hearing's in play, you can make a submission. I think council was trying to be inclusive and not put on restrictions. But, you know, maybe times are changing too. Like, we get sometimes a lot of written submissions now, and a lot of them come in after the 9 o'clock. So it has to be what works for council, right? It has to be effective for you to do your jobs.
So when that first came into practice, we also didn't move to second reading right away.
And
so
we also,
so
you know
there
what?
would be time to digest it.
Yeah.
So I think Councillor Graham raises a good point.
Yeah.
That if something comes in at the close of the hearing and we're moving right to second reading, we will not have had opportunity to
That's correct.
Forget about digest it,
Yeah.
we may have not have had opportunity to see it.
Yeah, very fairly.
And you know, over time, we didn't used to get that many email submissions, right? People used to drop off letters.
Times have changed.
Right? Times have changed. Like, it's so easy to submit now. Like, people, well, you've seen it, people send one-sentence emails, right? Like, it's very easy now, I think, to submit, much easier than it was in the past. And I would say for a lot of bylaws, we receive more than we used to receive.
I wonder if we were to have a hard stop 2 days before that, if, you know, people procrastinating would procrastinate on that hard stop
Yeah.
and not on the somewhere future end of the public hearing.
Yep.
I too really want everybody to be able to get all of their ideas into us at, you know, I'll
Yeah.
take a good idea at any moment in time, but I also want to be able to digest it and comprehend it and give it feedback that it deserves.
Yeah.
And if we have this like kind of gray area, I don't know that serves us well.
Councillor Ma?
Yeah, I can totally see where you guys are coming from. On the flip side of it, the world's a pretty dynamic place. So there could be the situation where we have a 2 business day deadline prior to when a public hearing happens. What if something comes up on the radar that informs the public a certain way a day before? And perhaps this is the sort of situation that if we're getting a certain volume of correspondence coming in at the 11th hour, 59th minute, would that be a time for us as a council to pause for a moment and before going to second reading right away?
Okay,
Is there a way to do that as a check and balance?
Yep, no, that's a good point. So we are getting into sort of debate and discussion as opposed to questions. So I think that there's been some good questions around that, and if anybody wants to propose an amendment, we can pick up the debate at that point.
Great.
So, Ms.
Moving
Hyde?
right along.
Can I just make a comment on, as the previous member of council, as to why we sort of moved to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think it was, you know, listening to a couple of my colleagues, it's a mixture of all of those things. I think we wanted to try and herd as much feedback in advance of the public hearing so that people could see themselves in their own feedback, right? Because it would be made a part of the actual agenda package, the record of public submission, as Ms. Hyde has termed it. But also on the other side of that, we don't want to break down sort of some pillars of democracy. I have to say I'm kind of surprised, Councillor Graham, that you're trying to go in this other direction. I'm quite surprised by that. But it also, you know, again, to allow people the opportunity to feel that they still have been heard if they haven't been able to make it to the cutoff. We as a council have the opportunity to decide whether we want to go to second reading if something has been proposed or has popped up in perhaps the feedback. You know, it's offered to us to go to second reading by administration, but we are not forced to go to second reading at that same meeting. It's just inserted in the agenda package to give us that flexibility as a council. So again, I guess it was to rewind, and some of the other amendments that proposed amendments that Ms. Hyde has shown us today, you know, like, as everybody knows, we have gone from 0 to 100 in terms of our technology and how we are allowing the public to participate in public hearings and public feedback sessions. And I think it's just trying to, as a municipality, keep up with that, but then allow people to sort of contribute from the same level playing field. So that's just my feedback from as being a previous member of council.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hyde, please continue.
Thank you. Look at that, we're almost ended. All right, this is a new one, 13.3.3, to be clear that we will not accept anonymous submissions. And that is, I mean, speaking for council, for one thing, an anonymous submission, I mean, without attaching the person to anything, it's hard, I think, for you to determine what value that submission has. Also, I mean, if a person could do 100 written submissions if they didn't have to put their name on it, right? So there's no way of really controlling who's making those submissions as well. So there's that one. And then the last one.
Quick question there
Yep.
for Ms. Hyde. When I recall to our previous CRPS public hearing, someone hid behind their numbered company. And I don't know, in some schools of thought, a corporation is deemed a person. I would disagree with that. So when we're saying a person, they have to actually have their like legitimate name. They cannot use their numbered company as a reference point.
Right. So to consider just a numbered company to be anonymous.
We would have
Yes.
to be, we would have to be explicit about that because numbered companies are legal persons.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
We can find out. Yeah.
Thank you. Just curious about
Yeah,
that.
actually, I had a question similar to that, and I don't know if you guys can see us because the screen's up, so I'm sorry if I'm jumping in out of turn.
Go ahead.
I had a similar question to Councillor Ma, I guess, whether it was numbered companies or an organization, it would be best to have an actual name. So how would we, would an amendment to this proposed amendment be something like anonymous submissions shall not be accepted, there must be, or there shall be attached to, or
So
assigned to, how you might propose that?
Councillor McCallum, your feed is choppy, so we're not able to understand you. Maybe I can take a stab at what you're asking is maybe there should be there could be an amendment that every submission must be attached to an individual's name, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so
Yes.
that's open if anybody would like to make that amendment. Thank you.
Okay. And the last one is an easy one. It's my homage to Councillor Hillstad, who is way better at grammar than I am. Will is the future tense and shall is the present tense. So that's just a grammar change to the bylaw.
Councillor Hillstad, did you have a question?
There's actually one more in your bylaw.
Oh.
You have the numbering of the bylaw will be amended by removing numbers in the header and numbering all sections chronologically. So when we do that, how do we keep the breadcrumb trail alive? Because if a section, because there is a section in there where it jumps from section 8, then back to 7.1, and then to 9, which I think you spoke, or I spoke to you about, and it's actually just an issue in the consolidated bylaw. But how does something like that, where all of a sudden all these sections might have actually different numbering, just because once you go chronologically, they shift? So how do we keep track of all that if all of a sudden, once you make the new bylaw and do that numbering, if the bylaw sections actually change, how do we follow the crumbs?
So just to sort of back up to what Councillor Hillstad is saying, if you look at the procedural bylaw red line that you have in front of you, you'll see that all the sections themselves are numbered, and then there's like 2.1, 3.1 underneath them. That's not the way the province does their legislation. And they don't number their headers, and they number every other section chronologically. And when they add sections, like a new section, so if they added a section between section 1 and section 2, their format is to call that section 1.1. And then they put an annotation on it with the bylaw number, or in their case, the statute number, that made that change. So that's what I'm proposing too, that even though the numbers will change, I'll still follow that format and provide the annotation in the little side margin there. So the intention of doing this, and I couldn't find any guidance on changing over your bylaws, like changing over your numbering structure, but the reason behind this is to stop changing our section numbers. So that, you know, if you look at the MGA, section 22, I think, is about, say, petitions. It has been since 1994. Regardless how many sections, new sections have been added since that section 22, section 22 for all time is about petitions. So it provides a lot of more clarity for people that are trying to use the documents. The other piece is with enforceable bylaws, such as the traffic and safety bylaw that was just up. Writing an offense, they include the section number on the offense, and sometimes it's a while before it goes to court. And we've had a couple situations where our bylaw numbers have changed by the time they got to court. And it's not a good situation to be in. It's something we can avoid. So I'm slowly trying to, as we amend these bylaws, bring the numbering up to speed. So to answer your question, Councillor Hillstad, the new sections will still have that .1 to indicate that they were inserted, and there'll be a notation in the margin with the bylaw number, which includes the date, right? So you'll be able to see that that was a change made in 2022. So that's what we're proposing.
Can you speak to the example provided by Councillor Hillstad of how we have the Section 8 dealing with meeting conduct, and they're all 8.1, 8.2, and then it goes to Section 7.1 following that, electronic meeting attendance.
Yep, that's an error.
Oh, so it will be pushed up higher?
Yeah, it's supposed to be ahead. Yeah, it's a mistake. The consolidated bylaw, so we went off the consolidated version of this bylaw to make the red line, and there was an error in it that we didn't catch with the numbering. But the real bylaws, like, you know, a consolidated bylaw, so we had the original procedural bylaw. Every time we make an amendment, it's another bylaw, right? So we mash them up into a consolidated version that's for admin purposes only. We never bring the consolidated version back for 3 readings. The consolidated version is for ease, right? So you don't have to keep flipping back to all the other bylaws. So the mistake is in the consolidated version, not in the original version.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I do see how it, you know, with that being, if we're not going to number the headings, it helps solve some things, because right now there's 2 7.1s.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, we want to stop doing that. It's
Okay.
too confusing the way that we're doing now. We want to, you know, eventually provide a cleaner way to amend bylaws so that you exactly can follow the breadcrumb trails. The other thing we're doing at the end of them, and I think we have it on this procedural bylaw, is we're providing bylaws included in this consolidation, a list. So presumably the reader could say, this is a consolidated bylaw, here's the bylaws that are included in this version.
Great.
And from the clerk's point of view as well, like, it was confusing before too, to try to figure out, especially a big bylaw, right? Like the land use bylaw that gets so many amendments, like, so we have a way better system now for.
It's good to have that new numbering protocol.
Yeah, but you know what? It's going to be a bit messy, and I couldn't find any guidance for the province really about how they would go about making such a change. They don't even have a style guide for what they do. They just referred me to their own amending legislations, and that's what I've been looking at to develop our own style guideline.
Great.
Yeah.
Councillor Hillstad, was there any other question?
That was it.
Okay. I had a question, Ms. Hyde, around, do you have the consolidator or the red line version in front of you?
Yep.
12.1. Why do we need that? Does it actually serve any
I don't know.
purpose?
What is it? 12.1.
It just says 12.2 and 12.5 apply to the public hearings.
Because some sections of the bylaw are contrary to this. So for example, a delegation to council gets 10 minutes. So we want to make sure that the 5-minute isn't construed to apply to anything else. And there's a couple other examples I can't think of up the top of my head, but just because there's a couple conflicting rules.
Great, thank you. Looking to Councillor Ma, you have a question?
No, sir.
No, okay. Looking to any other members of council, questions? Ms. Hyde, thank you very much for walking through what can be very confusing changes because of the number of them, and you did so very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your interest.
All right, so I am going to move that council give first reading to procedural bylaw amendment 2022-04 Omnibus. And I am going to propose a couple of amendments. One is just on the fly here. I would like to move that the proposed new section 9.18.1 be struck or be deleted. And that's a motion to reconsider or rescind a motion for a reading of a bylaw is out of order. I've gone back and forth on this, and I'm not comfortable with it yet, so I'd rather it be status quo. And so I'd ask that we strike it, and it gives us then the option to consider on a case-by-case basis. Does everybody understand the motion? I think we're all good. Thank you. So, discussion on that motion. Councillor Graham.
I will support this, this motion as well. I feel like if we tied our hands this way, we'd have to jump through more hoops to do something that I think is relatively simple to do right now by just going back a step. So I will support your motion as written.
Okay. Great. Anyone else speaking to the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Before I get to a motion, I just see Councillor McCallum. Can we hear you now?
I haven't had any problem hearing you guys, so that's why I was a little surprised that you couldn't hear me.
No, it was just that one section. You sound fine now, and so
Okay.
I see that you have an amendment.
So yes, I sent you an email because apparently that seemed to work a bit better, and I wanted to make an amendment to 13.3.3 about anonymous submissions.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering the best way to word that, since it is an on-the-fly sort of.
Okay. So let's see. I had suggested when we were doing the presentation, I'm just pulling it up here. How about moving that in addition to 13.3.3 be that an individual's name must be attached to every submission?
Submission? Yeah, that sounds great.
And Ms. Hyde, do you have any comment on that working? All right, so Councillor McCallum, you're proposing that amendment?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay.
And
right.
so will that be attached to 13.3.3 or this will be 13.3.4?
I think it could be just part of that same section.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to ensure
At the beginning,
the clerk.
at the beginning or the end, whichever you prefer. Yeah.
The end is fine.
Okay. All right. So is that going up on the screen?
Yeah, do you want to see it? Or?
Yeah.
So we got it? Can you share my screen? This one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so pretty.
An individual's name must be attached to every submission. Okay.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Would you like to say anything with respect to that motion, Councillor McCallum?
I wanted to clarify rather, that all submissions needed to be owned by an individual. I think that we've done actually a fairly good job of that in the past, but just to provide clarity to the expectation of council at public hearings.
Great. Would I'll support this motion. I think it's important that we know who we're hearing from. And so I look to other members of council as to whether anybody else has any comments. Councillor Ma?
I would 100% support this motion. Actually having a name is very important to just give that level of legitimacy. There's just something about just hiding behind like a corporate name or a shell name or a numbered company name. Just doesn't lend credence to credibility towards what's behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm now going to ask the clerk to put up on the screen a very long amendment that, and it's an addition of a section 12.5.4. All right, so I sent this around in advance. I hope you've had opportunity. Oh, Councillor Hillstead, did you have something to say on that previous motion? Or? No, it's okay, so after this one, you're next up. So I think the importance of what essentially this is talking about when somebody is representing somebody else, a person or a group. Now, under the MGA, we need to hear from a representative. However, what I'm wanting to do is qualify that. This is not saying that we can't hear from them, but in fact, they have to be able to speak to the matter. So if somebody's a representative and they might be a legal representative, they might just be the neighbor next door, but they are making the presentation, that's, I think, completely aligned with the spirit and intent of the MGA. Where we have a representative that's just coming to read a written submission and cannot answer any questions that relate to that submission, they're really not adding any value. They're not adding anything. Similarly, if they are meeting our new procedure that as far as showing a pre-recorded video, they have to be able to speak to it. Otherwise, what's the value in it other than just simply send us a written submission, you know? So what I'm proposing here is a new section that speaks to that representative of a person or group that's referenced in the three of the above sections, that they must be willing and able to speak for and answer questions on behalf of the person or group they represent. So if it's determined upon questioning by the presiding officer that the representative A will only be reading a written statement with respect to which they will not be able to answer any questions, then notwithstanding 12.5 and 12.51, the presiding officer may end the presentation immediately by acknowledging receipt of the written statement without it being read by the representative. And then B is a similar section with regards to the video, but there is one thing that's different, is that the video just will not be shown. So people have to make a choice if they're going to be wanting something pre-recorded. They need to have it sent by somebody who can speak to it. Otherwise, they need to choose a different way to present, and that is providing a written submission or appearing themselves in person. So that is the proposed amendment. I've always been troubled when people come and just read their own written submission, but the value add is that council can ask questions of them. And so I've come around to the point that there's value in that. But to have somebody come and read or present something that they cannot ask questions, or that we cannot ask questions of, which is a very important part of these proceedings, I think that that's actually just wasting our time and wasting the time of everybody else who has gathered to provide their feedback, because that feedback is already received. We have already read their written submission, or will be reading their written submission if they're just providing it at this time. So I'd ask for your consideration in supporting this motion and open it up to any questions or comments. Councillor Hillstead, did you want to speak to this, or your next one? Okay.
I'm in support of this.
Councillor Ma, and then Councillor McCallum.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of this. It's not like if someone does this, they're not going to get into the record, right? And so to just have someone, as you say, just go up and speak, read someone's thing, or just hit play on someone's video, but not be able to provide the additional value of like us probing, asking some questions, it's just killing time. And as you said, we've had some big public hearings in the past, and these are meant to be effective. And if it just spirals out, where we're just doing a lot of watching people talk and we can't ask them questions, we're just wasting our time. Let's get her done. Thank you.
Councillor McCallum.
Yes, I would be supportive of this amendment. I agree that, actually, to rewind, what I've actually found really effective in the last 2 years on council is being encouraged, not only by the public, but by administration and myself, to be able to have those meaningful back and forth questions with people that are presenting at public hearings. And so I would agree that if all you're doing is reading off something and there's no ability for me to actually have an exchange with you as an elected official and probe deeper, then it's just literally a waste of everyone's time, and it would be best read along with all the other, or viewed along with all the other submissions that are sent. So I would be, I'd be good with supporting this, understanding that council, this is council's document. If we find that this doesn't work and we want to do something different, we can choose to do something different and amend our procedural bylaw. So, but at this point, I'm in support of it. Thanks.
Very true. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I too will support this for all the previous reasons stated. I think having those dialogues is very important. Technology is changing, and the way we accept submissions is changing. And I'm considering another amendment along similar to 12.5.4.b. Getting videos is great. I think we could also, probably receive other formats, audio recordings as well. But I get back to where these should actually be shown. And I think that if we're actually requiring people to show up here with a representative to show your video or your audio submission, I don't know how effective that's going to be actually receiving those from the public. I would like to see those submissions as part of the written submission and not part of the public hearing. So I'm just struggling with that. I don't know how exactly to support that piece more. I see where you're going. I want it in there somehow. I just don't know that this is the way to do it.
Well, I think it goes back to, until we can figure out technologically how it's done, we don't have the ability to circulate it as a written submission. So if it's going to be shown here, somebody better be able to answer questions to it. Mm-hmm. And if they can't, then they should choose another way to provide their submission.
Would we be willing to look at getting administration to come back to us at a future date with some technological solutions?
So if you, after we deal with this bylaw, if you would like to make an motion arising, you can do so, and then we can discuss that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else speaking? Councillor Hillstad.
I will support this motion. I like the fact that we have, it's at the presiding officer may. It's not, it gives us options, because we can still technically, if they can answer it and they really want to see the video, we can. So again, it gives us that openness to do whatever makes the most sense. So again, to Councillor Graham's point, that with the technology and things like, maybe there's a better place for it, but this is what we got right now. So I think what we have here in front of us makes the most sense. And again, residents can always send us, if they make a YouTube video and they want us to see it, they can always send it. It just might not become part of the public record, but it'll still be sent to council and council can watch it. So there's other avenues for our residents to get in contact with us. So if they want us to see a video that they've made, they have our emails. They can send that to us. So again, it's like with before, once the record of public submission ends, the clerk's office sends a reply saying, you didn't make the public submissions, but we're sending it on to council. So it still gets to us, it just might not become part of the public submission. So again, it's just, if someone really wants to be part of a public submission, they can write down a quick thing saying, I sent a video and would like you to watch it. Like, that could be their written submission. So there's ways around it, but I think this works for what we have to deal with right now.
Thanks. And the May was very intentional, of course, of this. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Part of me wonders if we should consider rewording this to the point where pre-recorded video submissions will only be accepted if there will be an individual able to answer questions. Because I'm not exactly sure what was happened in the past, but I feel if someone's going to make a pre-recorded video and they're not going to have a representative to talk to it, why don't they just give us a written submission, as opposed to us perhaps being in a situation where we might have multiple videos that we need to watch as part of our due diligence for information within the public hearing agenda package. And if they're going to send us pre-recorded videos without a representative, I'd rather just read a submission from them instead of watch a video. Thoughts, team?
Yeah, I think read together with the other sections, that's exactly what this accomplishes.
Okay,
thank you. Because the previous section says there must be a representative, and this section says that representative must be willing and able to speak and answer questions on behalf of that person or group they represent.
Okay, so by de facto, it implies that video submissions, we're not going to receive a video submission to like see like on our own. It has to be with a representative. Thank you.
That's right.
Cheers.
Councillor Graham.
Mayor Crozer, I wonder if you might accept a friendly amendment to pre-recorded video or audio. Again, in the ideas of accessibility and having people being comfortable in many different formats.
Okay.
I wonder if this might be...
So I think because we deal with pre-recorded video in another section, I couldn't accept it as a friendly amendment because then it messes up the other one. So it'd be open for you to bring an amendment after we deal with this one to add into sections 12.5.2, 12.5.3, and then 12.5.4, add or audio after pre-recorded video.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
So hold on to that, and we can discuss that then. So the motion stays, the amendment motion stays as it currently is. Anybody else wanting to? Councillor Ma, is that a legacy hand up? Okay. Yeah. Anyone else wishing to speak to this amending motion? Seeing none, I ask the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Yeah, let's go with Councillor Graham first. Do you want to do that amendment that was just discussed? Sure. Okay, so I don't know if so that is to amend section 12.5.2, 12.5.3, and 12.5.4 to add or audio recording after
video?
Pre-recorded video. Okay.
I think that's got it.
Okay. So sorry to put words in your mouth, but I just had...
No, I appreciate that. I was going to fumble through this one not very gracefully.
So we need quotation marks, audio recording? Or just audio, yeah, because it's pre-recorded video or audio, yeah. To include audio after video. Yeah. And then it should say after video. In quotations. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Would you like to speak to that motion?
I think I'll just briefly comment on this one. I think accessibility is incredibly important in this day and age. Not everybody is comfortable sitting in front of a camera and shooting a video. And I would like to leave the option of some other formats open to the public if they so desired.
Okay. Would anyone else like, Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing this amendment forward. I'd be happy to support it. I agree. There are different ways through the lens of accessibility that people have the opportunity to bring forward their feedback on bylaws and matters in front of council. I just noted on my laptop that I have the ability to do voice I can like dictate a letter like in the before times. Onto my Microsoft Word document or through other word processing programs. So the ability to shoot a video, the ability to do voice to text within a letter. These are all opportunities and abilities that we can put forward as a council to make our processes more inclusive.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstad?
Thumbs up.
Anybody else? I will support this motion as well for the reasons stated by others. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question on this amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Hillstad, you had an amendment.
Yes, so section 7, 7.2, just in the actual amending bylaw is just, it got messed up. So it's right in the red line, it's right in the staff report, it just, for some reason, didn't get right there. So just to make it how it actually is supposed to be.
Okay, and so as we see it in the red line version, it inserts the Agenda Review Committee or, and then deletes
it deletes nothing, it just adds.
Okay, and then
There's just adding
or
in this
add
one.
majority voted members present, right? And so it's just not worded correctly in the bylaw
In the
itself.
actual amending bylaw, that just didn't get shifted over for.
Okay, so is that is an amendment? Okay, so that motion's on the floor. Would anybody like to speak to it? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Graham, I was quick on the draw there, but you were going to speak to just a correction.
I just think that Councillor Hillstad's intention to tell us something like that.
That's true. I want to bring a motion at some point to make him a ex officio member of the Agenda Review Committee infinitely. Anyway, okay. So now we're back to the first reading of the bylaw as amended. Are there any other amendments? Okay. Does anyone want to speak to the bylaw? Councillor Graham? No. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move second reading. Move that council give second reading to Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2022-04 Omnibus. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave of council to give third reading to Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2022-04 Omnibus. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Graham?
Just, if I want to do a motion arising?
Afterwards, yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yep. So thank you for reminding me about that. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that council give third reading to Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Faubert?
You said supplementary assessment bylaw.
Oh, did I read the wrong line? Sorry. Third reading to Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2022-04 Omnibus. And Councillor Faubert gets the star for being apparently the only one listening to me. Okay, so we are now at third reading. Any discussion on that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, okay, I know we're pushing into lunch, and here's the thing. I do want to get to the supplementary assessment bylaw because Ms. Richardson's right here, and it's going to be quick. But can everybody good to go about another 10 minutes?
Anya didn't want to.
Okay. Councillor Faubert, are you still there? I'm afraid that's what happened. Yeah. Well, I do want to proceed, and so we can note if she. Oh, there she is. Very good. Okay. Okay. So I'll go to Councillor Graham. You have a motion arising that you'd like to make?
Yeah, I think I would. The section 12.5.2, I think, is a great step forward to accept video and audio presentations from the public. I am concerned about the requirement of having to have somebody here to answer on behalf of that. But I do think that if that's the way we're doing this, that should happen right now. However, I would like to remove that barrier and have these video and audio submissions treated as a written submission and embedded in that portion of our presentations. So I would like to direct administration to investigate a solution. I know that technological solutions do exist for this sort of thing. It may not be that pretty or whatnot at this point in time, but I would like us to formally investigate that and see if we can move this into a format that's a little bit easier to digest for everybody and makes it more accessible to the public.
So just for clarity then, Graham, we'll have to tell you what, if I might ask, because we don't actually have a formal motion in front of us now. Over the lunch break, if you could word an amend or word the motion you'd like to make, and we'll deal with it first thing after lunch.
Sounds good.
And then we'll have it in writing for us to consider and discuss.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, Dr. Cottle.
We're happy to help you with that over lunch, Councillor Graham, but just a thing to think about is to separate the reason for the motion from the motion. Yeah. So I think we were trying to capture it just now, but what would happen is you were giving us the motion and your reason for it. So the reason for it is the argument you make to council, but the action itself is all we need in the motion. Sure. So that can just help clarify the thinking.
Yeah, it can be a very simple one-sentence thing.
Yep.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we will now, before breaking, move to item G5, Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Ms. Richardson.
Hello.
Welcome
I'll try to make
council.
this fast so we can get Are you logged? No, leave it where it should be.
Trying to type too fast. You get to hear from me a lot today, so I've got it here. Perfect. So I'm here today to talk about the Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Our recommendation is that Council give first, second, and third reading to that Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. I'll try to keep the name short from now on. So just a reminder of what the supplementary assessment actually is. So it addresses an increase in the value of a property that happens during the current tax year. So this can either happen when new construction is completed or occupied, or a major renovation or addition is completed on an existing home or building, again, during the current tax year. So in order to prepare supplementary assessments, Council must pass the Supplementary Assessment Bylaw, authorizing that preparation, and that needs to be passed prior to May 1. So that's all I was going to say on this. It's pretty straightforward. So in conclusion, our recommendation is that Council give first, second, and third reading to the Supplementary Assessment Bylaw, and I'm happy to address any questions at this time.
Thank you Ms. Richardson. I was forecasting was going to be a short presentation. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will now move that council give first reading to Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I move that council give second reading to Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Any discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave of council to give third reading to the Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Supplementary Assessment Bylaw 2022-05. Any discussion on that motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, so let's take a lunch break until 1:30. 1:35. Whoa. 1:34. For all of our councillors to be on Zoom, and then the clerk can advise when we're back live. Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're just waiting on one more councillor. Is Councillor Faubert there, and perhaps video note on? There we go. All right, before resuming with the next item on our agenda, we have a motion arising under G4. And Councillor Graham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Crozert. I would like to submit this motion arising from the discussion of G4 to direct administration to investigate the options for video and audio being treated as written submissions and embedded in the public record of submissions. It strikes me that the discussion we had earlier was, if you're going to sit here and read your written submission to us, that was not an effective use of time for anyone. And I kind of feel the same way about video and audio presentations. Those are something we should and could digest beforehand. I do very much think they should be part of the public record, but if we are unable to dialogue with those folks without a representative here, then it doesn't really meet the intent in my opinion. Also, I believe that the requirement to have somebody here to answer on your behalf is also not conducive to having folks actually submit those submissions. It's just an extra step that I don't believe is entirely necessary. So with that, I will submit this motion arising for my council's consideration.
Thank you. Looking to members of council for any discussion on the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Crozert, and thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing this forward. I would be prepared to support this motion arising, but I also understood from administration that this is actually something that they've been in the process of investigating when they brought our procedural bylaw to us. So I'm guessing this is just about capacity and finances. I'm guessing that perhaps there might be a budget ask that might come out of this maybe next year or mid-year, but in the meantime, I'd be prepared to support this.
Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor Crozert. And yes, Councillor McCallum, that's correct. We will investigate. We currently don't have the ability and capability to do this, but it's something we'll look at and likely would come back to council as a budget request once we better understand what's possible and how much it will cost.
Okay. I guess the benefit, even if the work is ongoing, to have it on the record and part of our resolutions for follow-up, make sure that it's not missed. So in that regard, I'd be willing to support the motion as well. Anyone else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Ma?
I got my fingers crossed that technology will get better, whether it's transcription software, where we can play an audio recording and convert it to text or something like that for video. Who knows? But this stuff is probably coming down the pipe, so I'm willing to support it in spirit so that, as the technology catches up, maybe we can embed them into our current record of submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking to the motion? Seeing none. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item G6, Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw 2022-06. Ms. Richardson.
I'm sorry, Ms. Richardson. Could you please activate the mic? We just can't hear you online.
Sorry,
Thank you.
No, good reminder. Thank you.
That's my fault, so I'm sorry for that. If you could please start again.
What did I say? I think I just said good afternoon, and next I'll be covering the Downtown Business Improvement Area, the BIA Tax Rate Bylaw 2022-06. So there are two related recommendations for this one. First, that Council approve the Downtown Business Improvement Area budget for 2022 as presented. And secondly, that Council give first, second, and third reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw. As a reminder, this is how that process works. So annually, the Board of the BIA establishes their budget, which is submitted to Council for approval. A rate structure is then established to collect the required revenues in accordance with that budget. And finally, the levy is then collected by the town on behalf of the BIA. In accordance with Alberta's Business Improvement Area Regulation 93/2016, Council is required to approve the annual budget prior to passing the bylaw, and the BIA tax rate bylaw must be passed prior to May 1st, similar to the supplementary assessment one we were looking at before lunch. So the BIA budget is on page 177 of the agenda package, and sorry, it doesn't fit very well on a slide, so I won't be pulling it up. It's probably best to reference it within the package. And this is the revised fee structure. So the structure of the fees is the same as in previous years. However, the fee rates have increased by 12%, as had been presented at the time of the BIA submission during our budget in the fall. As a reminder, the fees were held at the same rate for 2021 and 2020 in response to COVID. In conclusion, we recommend that Council first approve the Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA 2022 budget as presented, and secondly, that Council give first, second, and third reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw. I'm happy to address any questions at this time, and Ms. VanderVoort is available as well to address any questions that might pertain to the BIA and its budget.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I look to Council to see if anyone has any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move that Council approve the Downtown Business Improvement Area 2022 budget as presented. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give first reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. Any discussion of the motion? I will be, of course, supporting this motion. I do note that the fees have not been raised for quite a while, and so it's not an unreasonable increase in my opinion. And certainly the Downtown Business Improvement Area organization does some good work for the downtown area. Any other comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that Council give second reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave of Council to give third reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that Council give third reading to Bylaw 2022-06, the Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And boy, am I happy we're done bylaws today, because that was a lot of readings. Thank you very much, Ms. Richardson, and thank you to the members of the Downtown Business Association. We'll now move to item H2, Food Truck Pilot Project. here. Ms. McClett, the floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I'm here today to present a food truck pilot project and ask council to approve the food truck pilot project as presented and then direct administration to report back to council on the learnings and next steps. And so why food trucks? So over the last couple of years, we have seen an increase of local businesses operating food trucks in town, and also an increase in operation of food trucks in ways that are currently not permitted within our community. It promotes business incubation as a lower barrier or threshold to entry for businesses. As we know, operating a business in Canmore in a commercial brick and mortar setting can be quite expensive and quite daunting if you have to sign a 5-year lease with personal liability attached to it. And it also allows for diversity and a vibrancy in the community. So for these reasons, we looked at our current processes, and just to remind council, the current process is that food trucks can operate as part of a town permitted event in which the event organizer invites food trucks to be part of that process. So Folkfest, Highland Games, when we have Winter Carnival, we often have food trucks on site as part of that process, or they can operate on private property in a commercial designated lot and request a development permit for a change of use. So think of PD3, the ice cream bus, or 10 Roofs that we saw in the downtown over previous. So that's currently the way food trucks can operate within our community. In reviewing what's the standard, what others have done, we looked at Calgary, Whistler, Chestermere, Sylvan Lake, and Cochrane, and there's probably a few others that we looked at. And what are the examples, or what are the standards, and what are other communities that are struggling with the same issues that we are and looking for opportunity in that space. We spoke to local food truck owners, a long list of them. We also spoke to locations where food trucks have been popping up or where there's an interest. For example, our breweries who've had food truck operations on site to bring in some vibrancy in their space. And we engaged with local and internal departments and the various people that might be impacted by food truck operations in town. Currently, under our traffic and road use bylaw, food trucks are not allowed to park on our town right-of-ways and just open up shop and set up. So what we looked at, say, what could we be doing in a piloted format to maybe shift the conversation in what we have been doing and see if we could make something work differently. So what we're proposing to council is that we run a pilot project for 2022 where we have 4 town-approved or designated locations on town lands. Vendors can apply to the program and select preferred locations and dates from the list that is provided to them. This is a signed location, a designated food truck parking lot spot. There's a fee attached per day in addition to their business licensing fee, and similar to what we would be charging them on a development permit. So a development permit is about $350 per month in order to operate at a set location, and you can't move from that location. And so we're applying a fee per day. That we, to keep it manageable, have a maximum of 10 vendors approved to the process, and license issued to select vendors for exclusive use of that designated area for today as mentioned, and only 1 truck per location. We looked at a number of other options, which I'll address a little later on in this presentation. We're also proposing that there be selection criteria attached to the program. So priority consideration to Bow Valley businesses, and then there'll be a matrix attached to how we measure these Bow Valley and then beyond. Commitment to a balanced schedule so that they're not in one location for the entire time, and so not predominantly in the best perceived location for the food truck. That they're committed to a balanced schedule, days and weekends, and not just all weekends. That there's a menu variety dealing with those that have dietary restrictions. And that producers source from regional food growers and producers, again, to our commitment to environmental stewardship. If we can limit how far our food is traveling to our community, and a commitment to zero waste. So that condition is similar to the Mountain Market, where all food service ware is compostable or not just single-use plastics. And it is in line with our 2021 status update to the Climate Action Plan and Environmental Sustainability Action Plan. And I will preface this by saying we did look at how far could we take this conversation, what are other things that we could be doing in this space. One of the recommendations from Caitlin was around eco-friendly fuels, but we opted not to incorporate that in 2022 for the following reasons. One, we currently don't have a system that would allow our food vendors to, for example, tie into municipal power poles to gather their power that way. And it takes some cost to transition to eco-friendly fuel systems. And so for the pilot project, just as we don't know if we're going to continue beyond this year, we felt we omitted that piece, but might look at that shift if we create a permanent program and a correlating bylaw in that space. So that's what we're proposing for the pilot project. But like most pilot projects or most processes, there's also things that are not permitted. So what is not permitted is the building of structures or improvements to the site. They drive up to the site, and the site has to be left in the condition. They can't put out patio chairs. They can't put out recycling bins. And garbage collection, we want them to take that away as part of their commercial waste. So no seating areas, no sound systems, no drive-through services. Also no signage that is not in line with our signage bylaws, such as A-frames or flags, and no sale of alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis. And so that is related to AGLC's requirements that if you serve liquor, you have to have a delineated patio in which that can be consumed, and we don't want them to set a patio, hence no liquor at the location. We had a long conversation internally about proposed locations that we could look at, and of course Quarry Lake would have been great. However, we are not the only piece to that conversation, and prior to this proposal we did not get approval from the society in order to move forward, so we've removed that from this presentation today. We're proposing Riverside Park, the Cougar Creek Trailhead, the Elk Run baseball diamonds, and that to align with when practice or tournaments are happening in that space, and the elevation place when the on-site food vendor is not in operation, which they currently are not. We tried to keep it manageable and small. There's many other areas where we could be doing this, but we thought for a pilot project, let's keep it to something that we can test drive, that we can create some data and some background on before we move forward with something maybe a little bit larger. So of course, in every option that we reviewed, there's also alternatives in what we could be doing. For example, we looked at could making brick and mortar locations, such as breweries, apply to become a food truck location. Instead of having the food truck apply for a development permit, could they be the development permit holder and schedule food trucks? However, with the capacity within planning, it was preferred to not add any more workload to that already taxed team, and so we moved away from this. We looked at allowing food trucks on town of Canmore right-of-ways and establishing conditions and distances from food and beverage operators currently in place. That would require a bylaw change. That would also require a lot more engagement, and it was felt that with our tight sidewalks, parking challenges, that there are more questions that we would have to answer that maybe supersede where we wanted to go with this pilot project in this time and space. As well, we could opt to do nothing and leave it to the status quo of you can only operate when you have a development permit, or you can only operate as part of a event Challenge is that we're seeing an increase of our local businesses diversify to look for opportunities in which they can maybe test drive new concept businesses. We have seen a local brick and mortar open. So Epic just opened, and they were the crepe food truck and the market for years. They've now opened their own restaurant. So we do see that transition from people starting in this type of concept, testing out, and then moving into a more permanent location when they've gathered that following there. And because we see an increase in illegal pop-ups, we can't just keep ignoring it and have to say, okay, what is the process that we're going to adhere to? And if we have bylaws, then bylaws should be enforced. And if not, then we have to look at ways that we can bring people within the realm of what's permittable in town. So I'll now open it up to any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Platt, for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. Has there been any engagement with the business community, the restaurant community, the brick and mortar restaurant community? I'm concerned that a Riverside Park location will stop people going downtown for ice cream, or Cougar Creek stop going to Summit Cafe or Valbella's. And I'm wondering about the knock-on effect on businesses that do have high expenses to cover, and I wouldn't want them to be adversely affected. Have you had any discussions on that?
So we haven't had discussion right with this cycle. We've had the discussion around food trucks in the longer term of conversation since I've been in Canmore. There's the perceived notion, indeed, that competition, and I pay taxes and I pay high rents, and are you competing with me? What we looked at is where are the locations that people tend to go and actually not spend money in town. They come, they partake, and then they leave town, actually not having had an economic impact. And can we shift that conversation? That's not always the case. But there's an opportunity, for example, the Elk Run Baseball Diamonds, to create some vibrancy. There is a little shack there that tends to be used for chips and pop. Currently it's used as storage. But there's not a lot in that area of town. I will say, you mentioned Valbella. They actually have bought a food truck and are now operating one. So we see that shift that they are trying to say, beyond our location, can we tap into other markets and other locations in order to generate some revenue? And so creating an opportunity that would allow them to do so is what we're proposing through this program.
So what you're describing about where people will come and not have an economic impact, it certainly seems intuitively correct to me. Do we have any numbers, or have we done any study in that regard to determine if in fact that's the case?
I have not, no. Okay. This is just from observation.
Right.
I live close to Quarry Lake, and when I walk the lake and see people with their big picnic baskets and barbecues, I can nearly guarantee they're not coming downtown for their food.
But Quarry Lake's not one of the
Unfortunately, not at this point, no. Okay,
great. I will pass the microphone to Councillor Mera. I've got another question later.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. You've answered several of my questions. When it comes, you have in your report financial impacts, finance, staff, and time related to signage, generation, installation. Can you further a little more on what signage or installation, what's involved in that, or is it?
So we would have to, as we said, it's a designated area. That spot will be signed as in this is a food truck parking space, and of course the installation of that. So it's the printing of a sign, and then the installation of said sign at that location. That will cost staff time and labor.
Okay, I was just curious. Can I ask?
So the cost is not huge.
Yeah. Okay.
In its process, but there is a cost associated with doing the work, like it is in the administration of the work and the processing of the fees.
And you stated also, if I may ask another question, that they have they're responsible for can't even speak right now. Removal of all their garbage, composting, so they won't be able to go to the nearest green bin. They have to go to.
So it's commercial waste is done differently than residential waste or people that are walking the trails and use our public bins. So they have to adhere to that same process like our brick and mortars would do. So they can't indeed walk to a local residential garbage bin and just dump their items in there.
Okay. And also, when it comes to the definition of food truck, does that also mean food trailer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Ma, then Councillor Faubert, and then Councillor Graham.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. McLeod. A quick question, is Farmers Market going to be happening at Elevation Place again this year, or has that been in a discussion to move it to a different location?
No, it will be at Elevation Place again this year.
Okay, and with respect to that, will these food trucks be running at the same time on, say, market days as well?
Not at that location. So that would then be a date that is not available for them to sign up for.
Okay, and the last piece with regards to the on-site vendor at Elevation Place, you're referring to what used to be the Good Earth, I think?
Yes.
Okay, and so what is there a situation where, say, halfway between this pilot project between May and October, if that space does become available and it actually becomes operational, what will happen to like our food truck commitments if we've made any for that location?
So we'll put a plan in place that dates that are available are within in blocks of time, and as that moves forward, and then of course if the food vendor should change, then we can negotiate with them also around that, because it is a seasonal project. It's not a year-round process. But
okay.
that,
So I guess
again, that is making the assumption that it might be different. It could be that they start operating again.
Okay, so we're just operating on the assumption right now that the on-site space within Elevation Place, which used to be the Good Earth, probably won't be open during this pilot project time. Okay.
I can't make assumptions about their business operations, but we will make dates available as we have information that comes to us. That means it might be an ongoing process that people can book rather than all at once at the start of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod, for your presentation. What would happen if a food truck was unavailable for a date that they had booked? Are these situations, would it be transferable among food trucks? What happens, say, like, I don't have enough staff or unexpected circumstances?
Then they would lose the money that they spent on their licensing fee. It's not transferable between vendors. One of the engagement around this, we spoke to a number of food trucks, and because of the staffing challenges, they did not want to make it a free-for-all, that they could come to a location and if it's space, you can set up, and if there's not, you have to move on. They prefer to being able to schedule a date. In speaking to some of our breweries, they noted that sometimes, because they provided that for free, food trucks would not show up, and so they recommended also attaching a fee to it, so that there is some value attached to the process. Will it be perfect? No, there will be circumstances under which food trucks might not show up for the reasons that you have identified. However, that is a liability that is on the business, any restaurant as well, when they have to close their doors because of lack of staffing. That has happened as well, and unfortunately that's the reality of our current labor situation.
Okay, any other questions, Councillor Faubert? No, okay. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod, for your presentation. I'm going to follow up on Councillor Ma's comment about Elevation Place. So currently we have 4 locations. If we lost Elevation Place because Good Earth was up and running or another contractor was up there, we'd be down to 3. And we currently have 10 trucks that can only be in one spot at one time. So that would mean 70% of our food trucks are not operational at any one time.
Correct.
Again.
But food trucks, because of their nature, are mobile, and
Yeah.
we are not the only area, location, or community that they are setting up. And often, some of our local food trucks will set up in other communities or become part of an event that is taking place, catering a wedding or other things. So The assumption is that they are not looking to book every single day of their time here, but they are looking to say, okay, this is when I want to be in town, and this is when I'm doing a wedding in Calgary, and this is when I'm want to be part of Folkfest. And so we're working on the assumption that we'll have that diversity for them as well to set up in different locations. And it's a little bit the hype around food trucks as well, is that you find them. So if you are a foodie and you follow food trucks, most of them have a website and they have a location, find us here. And if they have a cult following, people will follow them to wherever location they set up because that's the food that you are craving for the day. That's the basis on which we put that max in that standard.
Okay. And around Quarry Lake, that strikes me as what could be a fantastic option. Can you speak a little bit to the limitations of going there, or why we haven't picked that as a location?
Yeah, so although the town manages the site, it is the society that makes decisions about what can take place within their process. So when we have events that take place, or we're looking to do something at the lake, we bring it to their board for review and approval, and we have not heard back on that to date, but it's looking like that might not be supported for a variety of reasons. With the increase of traffic and the people bringing in their own, there's a lot of garbage and waste left, and so the impact on what that will have on the environment in that location, there's a bit of fear around that process. So maybe it's a question of watching how it is utilized and what the impact is in other areas before they might say, okay, that might work here because the processes are in place to prevent people from just throwing their garbage on the ground. So
I can just add to that, as I sit on that board, and a definitive answer has not been reached, but a number of concerns have been raised. You know, having a food location near an environmentally sensitive area, even though people are bringing them in, is it going to be an attractant in itself due to litter? How is it handle, you know, environmentally, is it the best thing to be doing in that location? And are we contributing to or exacerbating problems that we're just trying to get on top of right now anyway? So I think that Ms. McClett is quite accurate that the jury's still out, and it could be one of those things that if this program were to go ahead and it proves itself out, it could be something in the future, but to be determined.
Those are all fair concerns and comments, certainly. If you were to lose Elevation Place on a more permanent basis, would you pick a fourth location?
we could. I mean, we have looked at a variety of locations. We're making our best assumptions. We could also say for this, because it is a pilot project, we'll just continue with the ones that we have left and report back to council on how that has been and our learnings through the process. Bigger is not always better.
Fair. And my last one for you, if you might. Zero waste, I think, fantastic, great initiative. But that isn't something we impose on our brick and mortar business,
correct.
Is it? Yeah, correct, okay. Is that something we've been talking a little bit about level playing fields and whatnot. Is it something we would consider for our brick and mortar businesses?
That's a great question for our sustainability coordinator.
I'm sure
and that's ultimately up to us.
And indeed, council's purview.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So in our community events as well, we set the standard, like the market compostable serviceware is a requirement. They're already recycling. And we do that for events as well, that we work with event producers. So for example, Folkfest a number of years ago moved away from having bottled water, and they are encouraged to bring a reusable container, and there'll be watering stations where people can fill up their water bottles. And so we are working to shift that conversation more and more, and hopefully move towards a completely zero waste events in town.
Fantastic initiatives, and I would support that across the board.
Councillor Mera?
Thank you. I'm just curious, this is for clarification. When you're looking at putting the food trucks in different locations, like the Cougar Creek trailhead, it's already jam-packed for parking. How many, is there, let me say, a limitation of how much space they can take? Are you looking at putting them on physical, like grass property, or?
The weather has recently shifted, which would allow us to actually look at what might be options. So we worked with Parks and Streets and Roads and Infrastructure to review what would be plausible. The idea currently that it would be in a parking area, we would designate that as a zone. And yes, parking in Canmore in summer is challenging anywhere. Not sure we can mitigate that, but it is there a benefit to the process? Ideally, we'd like people to bike and use buses more in order to get to those locations.
Yeah. So you'll decide through the process, if this goes through, this is the spot you're to be in?
Yeah.
Okay, including Riverside Park, like this is your spot?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you.
And there will be a map attached to that on the website, but that has not yet been completed.
Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. With regard to the Elk Run baseball diamonds, is there a reason that it's only between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m.? Was there any, like, looking at doing it, longer days there, just because, again, there's the dog park, and so there is a lot of use there, so just the rationale between, other than baseball games and things, like the rationale for the 4 to 10 p.m.?
So we looked at when does the peak use in that area take place? So when does it make sense to have a food truck there that would be viable? I am not assuming that people come to the dog park to eat at a food truck. However, if you're there to watch your kids play a baseball game and you have, like yourself, multiple children that might be playing, or maybe in the future, as they're a little older, then you might, say, we're going to eat supper here and make it an event, a family event, or when there's a tournament, it attracts. So that's kind of where the hours were based on. We can review that as well, depending on the final schedule, which is not yet complete, but Facility Bookings is working on that allocation. So then we'll understand the use of the area.
Thank you.
I had a question around looking at this from a environmental and or climate change perspective. I love food trucks. I've gone to them lots, but I also recognize that there's often something running all the time in order for it to be operating. Sometimes that's a generator, sometimes it's the vehicle. There's inevitably more litter around because things can get blown, lots of moving parts there. And then there's also call it the food litter, the fries that hit the ground and dropped and stuff, and they could be an attractant. I'm just wondering, could you speak to how this pilot program has been reviewed through that lens?
Yeah. So we looked at the types of bins, for example. So the requirement would be for bear-proof bins that they can put their recycling in. It is also a standard that the site needs to be returned in the state that it was found, so without litter there. Will it be perfect? No. But we're hoping by talking about compostable, talking about recycling and food waste diversion, that we might be able to mitigate some of the processes. As far as it comes to power generation, definitely something that we looked at, but we felt, as I mentioned earlier, there is something that will be required for businesses to invest in that shift. And some of them are already in that space. Some might have solar panels. Some might use eco-fuel. We actually don't know what the balance is right now. So what we looked at is, can we collect that data to say, okay, this is our baseline for a smaller pilot project, and then move that needle by creating ways that people can adjust. Currently, there's not an option for businesses. For example, if we had a street roadside, could they tie into a power pole as an alternative energy creation? But again, those are things that we would need to look at and take more time than we had this year in order to review. It doesn't mean we shouldn't move there, but it's a bigger conversation that might require some larger investments from businesses to make that shift.
Great. Thank you. Looking to council to see if the, Councillor Hillstead, did you have another question? No. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. So I'm going to move that council approve the food truck pilot project as presented and direct administration to report back to council on learning and any next steps. I do have an amendment that I would like to put forward for consideration. The clerk's got, there it is. So in the pilot project document, not the report, but the document, immediately following the criteria, there's a asterisked paragraph that I would like replaced. So I move that in replacement of the paragraph with the asterisks, following the 5th criteria to evaluate food truck vendor applications, add a 6th criteria, namely, and it's basically an adoption of what's there. So GHG emissions, maximum 5 points. And this basically asks the vendors to provide a plan to keep GHG emission, provide a plan to keep GHG emissions through their operations to a minimum. This plan should identify their fuel power sources and the applications that use alternative fuels, and there's an example, or that use alternative power sources and examples will be awarded the most points in this category. So I don't think it changes much of what was in the report, but it actually makes it a formal criteria. It's not requiring them to adopt new technology, but obviously those who have the technology will be scored higher in that category. They still might not be the ones chosen, depending on what their overall score is. So I don't think that there's a real issue. They were going to be asked anyway what their fuel source was, and this just basically allows them to speak to it in a little bit more detail as to how they're going to reduce GHG emissions. And I think that that's a responsible thing to do if we are going to consider approving this, to make sure that it's aligned with our climate action plan and try to encourage movement in that regard. So I will open it up to debate on that motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this motion. I think at the very end of your justification for putting it forward, you hit upon the point, is it's an encouragement into the future. This is a pilot program, and we're setting the stage for what comes next. I don't know how people will score on this, what will happen, but we're saying this is a place where we can put in our criteria, and show that climate change mitigation matters. So I'm all for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Hillstead?
I'll support this amendment as well. Again, it doesn't change a lot of things. It just, more speaks to why they're doing things the way they're doing them. And, maybe some people have been looking at going to these alternative fuel sources, and this is the little nudge that helps them go install those, or maybe they just feel that they'll score highly enough in other areas and they won't worry about it. So I like the fact that it is just tied to the scoring, and it does just help. It might just, even as a business, help them kind of reflect on how they're doing their business anyways. And so I don't see any harm in it, and I think that it's aligns with our goals, so I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum, followed by Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for bringing this amendment forward. I'd be prepared to support it. If at minimum, because it these business owners or these food truck owners rather, to turn their mind to some more goals of sustainability that we have in the community. I would say that the downfall of it is the fact that we don't actually ask any current businesses that run brick and mortar, who, to your earlier point, actually have to have temperature going and burning fuel at all times to control the temperature of their restaurant or building. So I think it's a good first step. And it turns these new businesses operating in Canmore their mind to our goals as a community with regards to sustainability. So I will support it.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would support this amendment. As my prior councillors and colleagues have said, it does put that, it puts it more in the public view and also in the business side of things to think about our GHGs and our footprints. And it could be quite interesting that perhaps it is a food truck project that heightens the issue, and then it raises the concern for our brick and mortar in terms of, say, moving towards zero waste, et cetera. So it's a great signal, and I think it's helpful that way. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amending motion? Councillor Graham.
Just this constant bee in my bonnet about idling vehicles. We had an earlier discussion today about automatic traffic enforcement, and we're going to allow them to idle. Yet we really don't want idling generators. I fully support the idling generators, but would like to see us be consistent across the board.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Returning to our main motion as amended, I would really like to hear either arguments for or against wherever you're at, because I am not quite decided yet myself. I see the opportunity, I see the diversity of offering, the accessibility into business. As I mentioned, personally, I like food trucks, and I know that there's a following out there. I hear the point about perhaps that these are locations that would not otherwise bring any economic development. That's an excellent point. So maybe my concern there is not as strong. But environmentally, I'm still concerned even with the amendment. So I haven't decided yet. So please convince me one way or the other.
Once you have that amazing piece of fried chicken, sir, it's going to all make sense.
Probably one of the best enchiladas I've ever had in my life came from a food truck, and I would follow them anywhere. Councillor McCallum, and then Councillor Faubert.
So I'm not sure I'm the one to rally the troops around the idea of a food truck, and I too have enjoyed my fair share of delicious food truck fare. I think that the key word in all of this, Your Worship, is pilot. This is a pilot project. So we get to decide after 1 year or season, which is a year, whether we think that this is a good choice for our community or not. And we can hide behind being afraid of a choice, or we can just make the choice and have an end to the choice and then sit back and review it and decide whether it was a good choice or not. I think that that is the spirit in which I will be supporting this amendment. I don't actually know if this is the best thing for our community or not either. I like the idea of it. I know that we've had quite a few requests over the last, I would say, 6 or 7 years with regards to this, and in particular, the last 2 with COVID. So what I would hope to see, though, and I know that this might not happen within the pilot period, but it might be something that comes out of the pilot, is having these food truck owners and all restaurant owners look at their takeaway packaging and say, can we turn everything to compost so that when everyone's throwing something away, it can all go in the same bin, and we're not polluting particular loads of waste by cross-contaminating of that waste. So I do also believe that these 3 locations that have been chosen by admin are actually locations that are near neighborhoods. So there's going to be quite a bit of walking traffic on beautiful summer days in particular, where people are going to take their families down there to go get something from the food truck. I go to the dog park. I'm a brand new dog mom this past year, and I go to the dog park that's been mentioned. And the majority of the people that actually come to the dog park don't come by car. They come by foot. They're from the adjacent neighborhood. It's quite inspiring, actually. There's many times I've been down there and I think there's no one there because there's no cars, and it's because I'm the only car and there's 15 people in the dog park with their animals. So I think that this is a good first step. I appreciate administration coming forward with it. I appreciate the pilot of it. I really think that as a back statement that we've done a really great job of testing these things out and saying at the very front end, this is a pilot. The only way for us to know whether this is going to work out is for us to actually try it, put some tight measures around it, and then move forward through it. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. It will be Councillor Faubert, then Councillor Ma, then Councillor Mera.
Thank you so much. I am in support of this pilot project, and I think that the fact that we're moving ahead with a pilot project is one of the reasons it's supportable, because we have to enter in upon this realm of food trucks with a well thought out strategy and plan to explore what this looks like for our community and what success is, and not just success for the businesses and the small businesses, because these are sometimes little incubators for small businesses, but for our community as well. And oftentimes with food trucks, you hear a lot of talk out there around, just letting them go do anything, anywhere. And then you do hear arguments around concerns around competition with brick and mortar. But I think at the forefront in my mind is food trucks aren't just a trend that are going to go away. And so we need to be regulating this. We are creating a well thought out pilot program. The thought has been put into this through a couple different lenses. For example, adding the criteria for the greenhouse gas reductions. That's a climate change lens. Looking at locations where there's not already a lot of economic activity that could and we're looking at targeting locations to generate economic activity. It's an economic development lens. And I think we have to set reasonable expectations to create an appropriate new program for our community. It is not going to be what everyone wants it to be right away. So, and that's okay. But if we move cautiously, we set priorities around what the values that we have as a community. And we try and create a program that supports small business, as well as the unique nature of our community. And I think we have the beginning of that in front of us. So this isn't the end, this is just the beginning. And now I'll stop talking.
Councillor Ma.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to vote in support of the pilot project. I hear the concerns about the GHG pieces and those other things, but I think we can start from this as a pilot project, get a data point, and if we need to raise the bar higher moving forward, we have that option. And I also do feel there are various entrepreneurs in the Bow Valley that this is a stepping stone, where this food truck year might be the sort of thing that compels them to take the next step, and it's like a gateway to growing their business in that pathway. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mera.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too, like you, have been back and forth with this decision. I will emphasize what Councillor McCallum said. It is a pilot project, and I hope to see that there will be a lot of local interest in these locations. I think the costs are minimal for the pilot. I look forward to hearing and seeing what the result was if this moves forward from the neighboring community, how that responded, I'm sure we're going to be having certain measures that keep track of any, pluses and minuses. So I think I'm leaning towards supporting this project and look forward to hearing the outcome.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
I also will be supporting this pilot project because, again, it is pilot. So we're going to get some good information out of it. We had, other options to expand the pilot and things, and it might be, if the pilot's a success, then we're like, oh, maybe we try option 2 later, or it might be that it's a utter failure and we just move on from there. But hopefully it won't be that. I think it's just a good first step to, we have food trucks in certain areas with those events and with the development permits on certain lots and things in town. So people like food trucks. I think this gives us it's a good first step into expanding the food truck availability in Canmore, and we'll get to see from this pilot project if it's going to make sense. We might see that it doesn't make sense. So I just think it's a good step to take just so we can know where to go.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I think I will be supporting this as well. I don't see this as competition with brick and mortar as much. I actually think this is an opportunity for brick and mortar businesses to expand into other areas. I do have a little concern about the locations, and I suspect that we're going to lose one of those locations, and I'm a little concerned about the viability. I want this project to be successful, and with limited locations, that is a barrier that we may have to overcome. So I hope that if we do permanently lose one of our locations, that administration comes to us and asks and says, we would like to go somewhere else, if at all possible. But I like this idea. It adds vibrancy. I do like the zero waste emissions. I do like where we're going with the greenhouse gases. I will be supporting this pilot project.
Great, thank you. I just want to say that I'm growing taller right here in my chair as I'm very proud of this council, showing today and as before the engagement and speaking to this issue incredibly well. I've heard pilot project, I've heard incubator, potential expansion of business opportunities, vibrancy, and ways to generate economic activity in places where there may not be any. And so you've convinced me. I'll be supporting this motion as well. And I'll now call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we will move to item H1, Master Fee Schedule, Patio Permit Amendments. Ms. Richardson.
Good afternoon again, members of council. I'm here next regarding some amendments that are required to the master fee schedule that was approved back in December and then amended in January. Our recommendation is that council approve the revised 2022 master fee schedule as presented. So since the master fee schedule was approved at the December meeting and amended in the January meeting, a new approach to patio fees has been determined requiring amendments to the master fee schedule. Additionally, with the approval of the food truck pilot in the last motion, those fees will also need to be added. As council approves the fee schedule, council approval is required to make these amendments. So I'm just going to run through these at a really high level. So previously our in-street patio fees were within the planning and development area of the master fee schedule. So now that those moving forward will be administered by the Economic Development Department, we're proposing to remove section 11.52 from planning and development and instead make the amendments within what was, again, the next item here, formerly the arts and events section. So previously, the only fees within economic development were within kind of the arts and events area. So now we're proposing to rename that whole section to be more inclusive. So it'll be economic development, including arts and events, and we'll also add kind of a subheading that's specific to in-street patios and food trucks. So then these are all of the fee changes themselves. So there's a few here. We have what we're calling post and cable patios. So for the pedestrian zone in in-street non-structural patios, so that's a new fee we're adding. Then there's in-street solid structure patios. Those are, again, new fees for platforms with enclosures. There's a little more structure to those than the post and cable. And again, there's 2 different fees depending on when the application is received, whether it's before or after April 10th. There's a license of occupation, the food truck fees, as was just spoken to in the previous report, and then a Main Street pedestrian zone permit. We also just have some clarification, again, just for transparency's sake, that these might not be the only fees that are added. Building permits might still apply if you're looking to add a gazebo or a tent or things of that nature. So that's really what the structures are, or the changes, I guess, within the master fee schedule. So those are all included in the red line version within your agenda package. So in conclusion, this is our motion that Council approve the revised 2022 master fee schedule as presented. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time, and Ms. McLeod is available as well if there are questions on the fees specifically.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Does Council have any questions? Councillor Hillstead.
I do have a question on the fees, specifically for the non-structural patio. It's at 400, and then the structured patios are lesser amounts. So I'm just curious how we got to all of those fees and the pricing on them.
Do you want me to take a crack, or do you want me to take a crack? See if I was paying attention in our meeting. So my understanding is the idea with the post and cable is there's less, really all of these fees are on a cost recovery basis, so it depends on how intensive the review and everything on our side is. So obviously the post and cable, where there isn't really a structure, that's why those fees are less, is because there's less work in administrating those. Once you get into the solid structure patios, then other departments start to come into play, and it's a more intensive administrative review to process those. So that's why the fee structures are kind of structured the way they are, based on how much work we're anticipating on the administrative side.
So with the solid structure ones, like they're less off the bat, but because there's a chance for development permits and other things, they could increase more. Because in the fee structure for a non-structured patio, it's 400. For a solid structure, but prior to April 10th, it's 102. And then after April 10th, it's 305. So the structured ones are less expensive than the non-structured. So,
did I get that wrong?
Yeah, so there, for the solid structure patios, there's a license of occupation attached, and that's farmer work to process. So that's where the fees were put in place. I will say that these are a carbon copy from what planning was has implemented for these patios in previous years. We did not have time in the transition to do a full review on cost recovery, because that might be different in a planning setting this way. And then some of the local businesses say, just put it forward as is and review later on this year. But it's because the license of occupation is quite costly in its setup, and that's why the permit application fee is lower, but the big chunk comes from there.
So the non-structural patio does not require a license of occupation?
Correct, because in all reality, these are posting cables. There's not an anticipated impact on drainage or in its installation on the potential for damage to our roads is far, far less, right, if existent at all, compared to like a solid structure patio.
Great, thank you.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. McLeod, but part of the differentiation there is that the post and cable is only in the closure zone. So all the other patio fees came about before we were closing Main Street to pedestrianization, and it would require taking up a parking space. So that process was put in place when we were allowing patios in the street before the street was closed. The post and cable is only allowed in the closure zone. And so it allows a business to set up a restaurant in the street in a very different way than if they're outside of the closure zone, where you have to take up a parking stall and have a formal structure. So partially it's a differentiation based on where it happens, and you can't do that just anywhere.
So even though if a patio, a structured patio, were in the closure zone, they still have to do a license of occupation because of the potential impact on damage to
correct
municipal infrastructure or drainage, etc.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will now move that council approve the revised 2022 master fee schedule as presented. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item H3, Fire Hall Construction Update. Ms. Bannister. Welcome to council, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Exciting to be here today. My name is Leslie Bannister, and I'm the Facilities Project Manager delivering on the new Canmore Fire Station. I wanted to come today because I'm excited to provide you with an update on where we're at with the project. After a very competitive selection process, we have awarded the construction contract for the Canmore Fire Station to PCL Construction. The process included a request for pre-qualification, which saw 14 proponents submitting proposals from across the province. We narrowed to the highest 4 proponents based on group evaluations of their proposals. These 4 proponents were invited to submit tender pricing, and this pricing was evaluated at an 80-20% split against the proposal submissions. PCL had the highest combined score, and the CCDC 2 contract was signed in March 2022. Tender pricing was slightly higher than anticipated, largely based on increased commodity prices, which we're seeing across the board. And our Class 1 cost estimate was completed in the fall. And so you'll note that the jump in pricing happened this fall. We were able to bring the project in on budget through reallocating WIPT funds within the facility's capital budget. And the construction project remains at $14.65 million. We continue to anticipate a fall project, or a fall 2023 project completion. There are no major changes to scope or deliverables, so we are still delivering on an 8-bay fire station. It's approximately 1,700 square meters, and it's still at that near net zero deliverable. What we can anticipate next, in the coming weeks, we're going to see site fencing going up, along with some signage. Site mobilization, including site trailers and materials, early groundworks for utilities and equipment mobilization. So you're going to start to see a lot of action happening on site in the coming weeks. By fall 2022, we anticipate having the walls completely up with a fully enclosed facility. Hopefully by then we can have council come and review the facility. I think that would be exciting. And in the spring, summer 2023, we'll have all that interior finishing starting to be wrapped up and furniture moving in, with a fully operational fire station anticipated in fall of 2023. Just wanted to come and deliver this exciting news in person and answer any questions at this time.
Well, thank you for doing so, and look to council to see if there are any questions. Oh, Councillor McCallum?
I don't have any questions, but I am absolutely grateful to hear that this budget was tendered in and we were able to reallocate dollars to be able to not have to come back for change of scope or change of budget. So good work to you and your team, Ms. Bannister.
Thank you very much, Councillor McCallum. I will say as well that a majority of the risks are de-escalated with cost increases because we have entered into a CCDC2 contract, which is a fixed price contract. So now, while we have paid a slightly higher contract award, that risk now resides with the contractor.
Great, thank you. And I'm not seeing any other questions. So once again, thanks for coming and delivering this wonderful news. And I do look forward to the opportunity of donning hard hat and steel toes and taking a look around what's being built.
Thank you so much.
We'll move to item H4, Development Application Reserve Fund Creation. Ms. Smithers.
Thank you, clerk.
You're welcome.
You're just showing off your skills for your colleagues. Alrighty. Good afternoon, members of council. I'm here today to present on the Development Application Reserve Fund creation. I have a short presentation, so I'll just fly through it now. So as a background to the need for this new reserve, as you know, we cannot at the town run deficits in our budgets. So with planning and engineering both, on the development application side of things where we rely on application revenues coming in, it means we typically have pretty conservative budget estimates and we underrepresent what we anticipate coming in for application fees because we can't really afford to overrepresent because we can't run a deficit. What that means though is that our application revenues typically exceed our estimates. So at the end of any given year, we have a fair amount of money that goes into surplus. But the other side of that coin is that our application processing function is consistently under-resourced because we're budgeting for, in some cases, far less work than is actually coming in the door. So it's kind of a vicious cycle of a volume of work that we're not resourced to take on because we haven't budgeted for it because we can't run a deficit. So that's a big, it's a cycle that we're trying to break with this development application reserve. Another challenge with how things are currently done is in the current model, the revenue is really only considered in year while the work sustains itself over multiple years. So this would show up, for example, on large subdivision applications where an application can come in say 2020, that work might end in 2023 when it comes to the detailed design of utilities and that type of thing, but it only shows up in the budget in 2020. And then the unspent application revenue would go into surplus, so engineering and planning and development are kind of left to just make up that difference in future year application revenues or mill rate support. So the development application reserve proposal tries to address that, kind of break that cycle as I referenced. It does so by providing scalable resource levels, by in any given year taking that surplus application revenue and putting it into a dedicated development reserve rather than just general surplus. So that allows for more scalable resourcing levels. It creates greater transparency between user fee supported work and tax-based or mill rate funded work. And that reserve fund can be used to stabilize the operating budget. So resource up when we need additional resources to process the volume of applications we're facing. It can help fund one-time operating expenditures. So for example, contract positions to help manage the volume of work that we're facing, or cover deficits if it's a year of less application revenue than we had anticipated. And it also allows us to fund capital expenditures related to development applications. So typically that would show up as process improvement work, whether that be new technology or just the investment in new process mapping or looking at our fee structures. So with that, the recommendation is that council approve the reserve policy, FIN 007 as presented. And because of the amendment is to a schedule, in that I've just referenced, it's on page 214 of council's agenda, that change to Schedule A.
Great.
And that's it.
Thank you very much. So just one thing for me that I'd like confirmation on, and it's mostly just to say it out loud for those who might be watching or listening. I just want to confirm that any use of these reserves would still require council approval as per Section 9 of the reserves policy.
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you. And one editorial note on page 210, the actual bylaw itself, we just need a little update on the mayor's name.
Oops.
Yeah. There we go.
That's usually something I do, Your Worship.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is our little Where's Waldo thing. And we're still
Spreading the
finding
blame
it.
around.
Yeah, so, great.
I'll take
Great.
one for the team for that one. My apologies, and I'm surprised that Councillor Hillstad didn't flag that in agenda
Well, you know,
review.
I was a little surprised at that myself. But I don't have any other comments. Does anybody have any questions with regards to this proposed policy? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, great, thank you.
I will move that.
Mimi, I do.
Councillor McCallum.
Hello, thank you. So my question, and maybe it's in the policy and I missed it, and by the way, thank you for your presentation. Yes, thank you for your presentation. I know that we've been chatting around this and around the issue that this creates for the planning department and how to solve it. So I think this is a great stab at a solution. At what point do we look at how the funds have accumulated over time and determine, okay, these dollars are actually truly surplus, and these dollars are actually truly what we require to operate and were funds that were paid for forward operations that haven't been performed yet? How will we know the difference between those dollars?
So a couple of thoughts there. One would be that the reserve would solely be comprised of, sorry, I'm looking this way, but I know you're up there, but I apologize. Just weird. The reserve.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
The reserve would solely be made up of application revenues. So in that sense, all of it is true development application revenue surplus. I think your question, though, is at what point would the town maybe consider some of that going to like general operating or general capital reserves? And really, to Mayor Crowser's earlier point, the discretion on where and when to spend reserves rests with council. So we have set a target in Schedule A of the reserve policy that our target balance for the reserve is 50% of the annual budgeted fee-based expenditures in both planning and engineering. We're kind of on a theme of pilots today, so this is kind of a pilot. We're going with the best information and the best current thinking we have. That might change over time, but I would suggest, if the reserve ever reached a level significantly over 50% and we still felt that 50% was appropriate, it would be council's discretion to maybe redirect a surplus in a given year. It could also be a trigger for us to dive in and take a look at the fee structure as well.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ms. Smithers, I will now move that council approve reserve policy FIN-007 as presented. Speaking to the motion, I will absolutely support this. In fact, I think that this is something that could have helped a long time ago. It was going to help smooth the ebbs and flows when we have high volumes of work and perhaps need to be bringing in that on a term contract, and then when there's lower volumes of work, it helps smooth things out, I think. It's definitely forward thinking, and it's going to, I think, help going forward. Any other council members wanting to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now, item H5, and then after that we'll take our break. So this is a letter that's been received from the National Police Federation. It's a call to action, and they're seeking municipalities who would like to participate. This motion would be to direct me to sign on to the call to action. The form of letter is in the package at page 216. And in speaking to the motion, I did reach out to the organizers yesterday to determine what level of take-up they've seen already, and they said that they've heard from a number of municipalities that are currently doing in the same process as us. We're going through the process of examining it, and so he did not speak to any particular numbers, so I can't help in that regard. As far as the contents of the letter, I do believe that it represents what has been the position taken by Alberta municipalities, as well as the position that the town of Canmore has taken with respect to the proposed Alberta Provincial Police idea, and sets out the concerns in that letter. So I personally don't have a problem supporting it. I haven't made the motion yet, but I'd like to first see if there's any questions or comments. Actually, just questions around it that maybe we want to ask administration or anything, and then I'll make the motion and we can discuss it. Okay. Seeing none, I'll move that Council direct Mayor Krausert to sign on to the National Police Federation call to action to the Government of Alberta to halt the idea of a new provincial police service and to invest the proposed new monies into underfunded critical services within Alberta. And as mentioned, I will support this motion for the reasons stated. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum and then Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. It would be my privilege to support this letter. We have seen this notion of a provincial police force being bandied about by the provincial government now for, I want to say, at least 18 months. Alberta Urban Municipalities, now known as Alberta Municipalities, has done a lot of work in trying to tease apart the benefits and detractions of a provincial police force, and have continued to ask questions of the provincial government with regards to the proposal of a provincial police force, and still have not, I as a councillor, and I know Alberta Municipalities has not received any answers that really show that a provincial police force would be superior, or at least even on par, both financially and organizationally, as the current RCMP structure that we have right now within the province of Alberta. So really at this point, I'm struggling as an elected official representing the people of Canmore, trying to understand where the win is for the provincial government on this. I don't see a financial benefit, I don't see an organizational benefit, and I don't see a social benefit. So therefore, I'd be pleased to support this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. In line with much of what Councillor McCallum said, I don't really see any benefits to this. If anything, I see extended costs. And so because of this increased financial peril that we could be facing for our municipality if a provincial police force pet project came through, I see significant concern with that. Also, I feel by signing this letter, it shows support and solidarity with our current police force, the RCMP, and I think that's valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
Yeah, I think I'd be in support of signing this letter. Again, we're lucky. I know there's some municipalities that don't have a great working relationship with the RCMP, but we are not one of those. We have a good working relationship with our detachment, and they serve our community well. So, you know, so it's a little unfortunate that the federal government decided to try to download a bunch of charges onto us, but that's something else to deal with another time. So besides that, yeah, I don't see at this moment a good reason to not sign this letter, so I will support signing it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So what's going to happen here, thank you everyone. So what's going to happen is we're going to take a 15-minute break, return at 3:15. But after that, we're going in camera, and there will be no decision being made afterwards. And so for those home viewers, we will be closing off the recording as soon as we go to break here. So that being the case, see everybody, actually I'll see those who are going to be in the in-camera back at 3:15. Great.